¿No has aplicado a otros lugares?
Audio test, audio test.
Testing 1, 2, I can hear you.
Perfect, I can hear you too.
Testing 1, 2, Mayor's mic.
Sounds good.
Why are these so short?
What is the cables or?
The mics, some of them have really long necks and the others are shorter.
Audio test right now.
I know, I did. It was just a question. Testing 1, 2.
Abby? Yeah. Some of the people that don't talk very loud or they're far from their mic, you get longer microphones. So it forces them to be close.
Oh, got it.
The ones that speak pretty good with the mics, they get regular.
Got it, okay.
That's why.
Okay.
But good observation. How you saying? Check bottom right in the sister. Make sure.
Pro Tem has your own laptop.
Yeah, and so Councilmember Becerra and the Mayor Pro Tem had to bring their own.
It's so hard for me to see. It's like.
So at one point, I didn't know that was his perfect. I just thought, oh, someone messed this up.
Yeah, there was something changed.
So, but then he asked me, hey, can you turn, oh, my home, my bad, I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
No.
So they ordered the previous clerk. Like, hey, we need something, so our clerk, Chromebook
It's just web
literally just needs, so
That makes perfect sense.
I found one that had like a 15-inch, so it's like decent size, but it's not a lot. But they didn't like how the website, especially when the voting icons came. But then, yeah, it's, happen to have these, so like, not charging. As soon as we took it off and just brought a regular charger, it was charging. You guys done with the mic testing?
Yeah.
I thought the two we ordered were for specific use, no? Or did we order one
We
for?
ordered one for specific use. And I know for sure. Yeah, we needed two because there were two council members left using the old smaller tablet.
Recording in progress.
Mayor, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I hereby call the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct roll call.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Penaloza.
Present.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan.
Here.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
It's 5 members. That is a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
There are none.
Do any council members need to announce their abstentions in closed session items? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for the closed session?
We do not have any speakers in person or on Zoom, but noting for the record, there was one e-comment related to closed session item number 3 that was distributed to the council and posted online.
Thank you very much. We'll now recess this portion of the meeting to consider the items listed on the closed session agenda. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, you can proceed.
Thank you so very much. I hereby reconvene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. As a reminder, this is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. As mayor, I am afforded the opportunity to call for a recess or break or to even clear the meeting room if a meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business. Warnings will be provided prior to any action taken. We appreciate your cooperation. For everyone's safety, per the fire marshal, please do not stand or place objects in the aisles, in front of the dais, along the back wall of the council chamber, or in front of entrances and exits. Guidelines for members of the news media and anyone else who wishes to film or photograph the meeting are available in the lobby. During city council presentations and oaths of office, guests of individuals being recognized are invited to come to the front and take photos. Madam Clerk, please conduct a roll call.
Councilmember Becerra. Here. Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Penaloza.
Present.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan. Here. Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
You have 6 members. That is a quorum.
Madam Clerk, before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make an announcement.
Thank you. For members of the public on Zoom or teleconference, to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, you must dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom now to be in the speaker queue once public comments commence. Thank you.
First item is the Pledge of Allegiance. One of my commissioners is present. Salika, can you please come up and lead us in the pledge?
Please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chaplain? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I just have 2 very short things to say. The first one is by way of a reminder, and the second one is a blessing. I always love to pray over the city, over you all. I want to honor 3 little girls tonight. Their names are Lexi, Lexandra, and Andrea. And the reason I mention their names to you is because 10 years ago, on the 31st, those 3 little girls' lives were taken too soon. It was on a night of celebration. I think most of you remember that night, how tragic it was. But I say that because I want to remind all of us to warn our children to always be careful, be attentive, and most importantly for our adults to be very responsible. And that's why I pray over our city, pray over us, that we would be the kind of people who would lead by way of example. Thank you for being our leaders, our public servants. So Lord God, I come to you. I want to thank you, Lord, for the city council, the mayor, everybody that serves our community, Lord God. They bring their gifts and talents, and they help us, Lord God, to be the best city that we can possibly be. We ask a blessing upon this meeting tonight, upon the people gathered here, upon the things discussed. We ask your wisdom to be displayed. Your favor would be upon our entire community. And Lord, I thank you for those that are our first responders. I think of our police department. I think of all of our law enforcement officers. I think of our fire authority, of the people that have been so involved in so many fires that we've witnessed on TV. They've been there to stand in the way, to protect us. And Lord God, I pray tonight that your blessing would be on our city. As we go into the rest of this month and into the fall, that Lord, your peace would be among us. Guard and protect us, Lord. Keep us safe. In the name of the Lord, I pray. Amen.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the city council agenda?
Mayor and council, there is just one. Item number 9, the agreements for administrative hearing officer services has been removed by staff and is not before you for action this evening.
Item number 9. Great, thank you. Okay, we're going to do first presentation, and it is mine. At this time, Human Options, if you can please join me. Come on up over here. Are you the only one here? Thank you for being here. So we're going to do a recognition for Human Options. It is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Domestic violence affects people from all walks of life, but with the help of dedicated programs and organizations across California, survivors, their children, and communities are receiving crucial life-saving support. These programs play a vital role in offering hope, safety, and a pathway to healing. It's important to recognize that certain groups, including undocumented individuals, transgender people, and those living with disabilities, often face increased risk due to systemic barriers. Raising awareness about these challenges helps us create a more inclusive and supportive community where everyone can thrive. Children who are exposed to domestic violence face significant challenges that can affect them well into adulthood. That is why it's so important to always take care of our victims and offer the services that you do, and so thank you. But with the right support and intervention, they can overcome obstacles and lead healthy, successful lives. That's why programs that address these issues are so vital to breaking the cycle of abuse. Through this proclamation, we affirm that every individual in our community deserves to live a life free from violence and abuse. Our commitment is to stand with victims, ensuring they know they are not alone and that our community is here to support their courageous journey toward full and healthy lives. Today, we are honored to recognize Human Options, an organization that has been igniting social change since 1981. Their mission is to educate Orange County about relationship violence, advocate for those impacted, provide safe spaces for victims, and empower survivors on their path to healing. Over the past 4 decades, Human Options has positively impacted more than 500,000 lives. That is very impressive, thank you. An impressive 90% of survivors who complete their program have moved forward, finding safety and healing. This is a testament to the transformative work being done to create a brighter future for those affected by domestic violence. As we declare October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we extend our deepest gratitude to Human Options for their unwavering dedication to protecting and educating our community. Together, we can continue to raise awareness and create a community where everyone can live free from fear and abuse. I know last week we had a walk with our police department in the city, and so those that participated, thank you so very much. And I just want to give you this proclamation from the city of Santa Ana. And there's a lot of whereases, and here I read it, but thank you so much for everything that you all do. I know when I was working for the probation department, we referred clients to you as well. And I just want to say that you guys do remarkable work, and you always take care of the victims. I think sometimes people talk a lot about the offenders and, offering them so many services, but it's truly about the victims at the end of the day, because we don't want their children to continue in the system or the action. So thank you for everything that you do. We really appreciate it. This is your proclamation, and please say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Amesqua and City Council members. My name is Jonathan Forbes, and I'm honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of Human Options, which is Orange County's leading service provider for survivors of domestic and relationship violence. And Human Options is grateful for the 20-plus year partnership with the City of Santa Ana to make critical services available to survivors and, to your point, their children and their families, so that we can stop the cycle of violence. And in fact, the most recent display of this partnership occurred last week during Santa Ana's inaugural walking vigil to stand in solidarity with survivors during Domestic Violence Awareness Month and to shine a light on an issue that impacts everybody in our community. 1 in 3 women, 1 in 5 men are survivors. All of us here know somebody, even if we don't realize. And we hope that this is the start of a new tradition to continue to honor the legacy of this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's stay for a photo, please. If the council would like to come down and join me. No, we're going to take a photo.
Hi, everyone. May I please invite up the Smedley Toastmasters Chapter 1 Club? Ooh, look at that. They have props. We're very excited for props. Okay, well, as they make their way up here, we are gathered here. Why did we start out like that? It sounds like a funeral, guys. Did not take Toastmasters. Okay, we're all here tonight to celebrate a momentous occasion, milestone, the centennial anniversary of Smedley Chapter 1 Club, the very first Toastmasters club founded right here in Santa Ana. That is so awesome. So, on October 22nd, 1924, many, many moons ago, about 24 men attended the very first meeting that was called the Smedley Toastmasters Club No. 1 at the YMCA right here in Santa Ana. Little did they know, this humble beginning would spark a global movement that has empowered countless individuals to develop their public speaking and leadership skills. I was told that I should join. Inspired by the success of the Smedley Club, neighboring cities quickly followed suit, with Anaheim, obviously second to us, founded in 1926, and Los Angeles, always behind, established in 1927. By 1932, Toastmasters had grown to include 18 clubs, stretching beyond California and other states. So I'm not going to continue with all of these because I'm sure you will talk about it. But I think the most important thing that we want to know about Toastmasters celebrating their 100-year anniversary right here in Santa Ana is that it has made a huge difference in so many people's lives. I first learned about Toastmasters in grad school when we're all doing presentations, being taught that we have to present and speak to important people up on the dais, tell them why policies are important. And Toastmasters was one way for students to hone those skills and be better advocates for their communities. I know many colleagues who have done Toastmasters, and I hope that all of you will take a look. For anyone who has a fear of public speaking, I promise it can be kind of fun sometimes. And I would welcome all of you up to say a couple words. And so we will be presenting this proclamation to, I did practice this, by the way, Junaidi Chen, Julie Murphy, Yonots Breb, and Michelle Mehta. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
There you go, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Junaidi Chen, president of Smedley Chapter 1 Club, the first Toastmasters club. As Mayor Pro Tem has mentioned, the first meeting of Smedley Chapter 1 Club, it was called Toastmasters Club back then, on October 22nd, 1924, marks the birth of today's Toastmasters. Currently, there are over 270,000 members in over 14,000 clubs in 150 countries. Recently, in Anaheim, we had the Toastmasters annual convention with people over, I would say, over 1,500 people in attendance from 70 different countries. I talked to many Toastmasters in that convention, and everyone knew about Santa Ana, and everyone knew about the YMCA building in Santa Ana. I think City of Santa Ana and residents of Santa Ana should be proud of that. Just like in any other club meetings, we meet twice a month, an hour and a half. We practice public speaking. We practice giving feedback. We practice giving evaluation in a safe and friendly environment. With this centennial celebration, we hope that many more Santa Ana residents will check out our clubs and be our guests. And hopefully they will join our meetings and participate in Toastmasters. Grow with us. Thank you. I have 3 more, actually, people to speak.
Alrighty, greetings. My name is Julie Murphy. I am a past district director for Founders District, as well as a club officer for Smedley Chapter 1. Toastmasters really is that opportunity to help you grow personally and professionally. I joined Toastmasters about 10 years ago because my director at the time said, Julie, you should join Toastmasters to stop saying the word like every 5 seconds. I said, like, don't you understand? I'm born and raised in Southern California. He wasn't very impressed. I joined Toastmasters, and it's truly been an opportunity to grow both personally and professionally, to be able to open that door to new opportunities, to sit with executives simply because I'm a Toastmaster, to have the opportunity to develop presentations and deliver presentations and get feedback. How often do you deliver a presentation and you say, I hope that went well? But you don't really know because your colleagues are usually like, oh, that was great, congratulations. Or maybe it really doesn't go well, but you don't understand why it didn't go well. You don't understand why your executives didn't approve it. Toastmasters gives you that opportunity to have constructive feedback in a safe environment to grow. Better negotiation skills. Negotiate at home, negotiate at work, all those opportunities. Toastmasters really is that safe environment. Great networking, great opportunity to build relationships. I encourage you to really explore Toastmasters and take that opportunity to embark on your journey and come join us at Smedley Chapter 1. Thank you.
City of Santa Ana, thank you very much for having us. It is truly a pleasure and an honor to be among you. And again, on a personal note, joining Toastmasters 11 years ago, and I was made to give a 2-minute speech. In that 2-minute speech, I had 29 ums, and I knew that I'm such a bad speaker. But over the years, I was encouraged, as Julie and Junaidi said, and in that environment, I could grow my skills. And right now, as a program quality director for Founders District, which oversees most of Orange County, I interact with people from everyday walks of life, and I see them how they grow in their confidence and in their abilities to speak and to lead. I see people that move into this country and English is their second language, such as is for me, and they learn to speak English fluently to make a difference at work, in their churches, or other community spaces they are. And we are just grateful for the fact that Santa Ana is the heart, the center of the entire organization where it all started 100 years ago. Thank you, and we are looking forward to welcome as many of you as possible in our little fun environment where we can definitely make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Santa Ana, for having us today. My name is Michelle Mehta, and I joined Toastmasters exactly 5 years ago. Actually, you know what? More like 7 years ago, because I canceled out the pandemic. What I learned from Toastmasters, it was the best kept secret. Many of my friends at the time were saying, Michelle, I'm getting awards on a weekly basis. How many of you would like to get recognized on a weekly basis, right? That was one of the reasons why I joined Toastmasters, for the best table topic that they've mentioned, for the best evaluator like they've mentioned, and also for the best speaker. So if you want to get recognized outside of your personal and professional life, come join Toastmasters. Like we said, we are all over the world, and thanks to Zoom, we are also virtually. From the comforts of your home, from the comforts of your bed, from the comforts of your own office, come join us and be a part of our celebration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I forgot to mention about our upcoming event. First, back in August, on the eve of the annual convention in Anaheim, we had an in-person meeting at our site here at the First Presbyterian Church of Santa Ana at 600 North Main Street, east of the old courthouse. We had about 180 people attending from many different countries because at the same time they attended the convention. Now, the actual birth date is on October 22nd, on Tuesday, next week. We will have a celebration as well. And this time it will be hybrid at 7 o'clock to about 8:30. People who want to attend in person can come to the church and join us in person, or if you like to join online, you can check our website and click on the link. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'd like to ask Mark Polito and Nathan Epstein to join me in front of the dais here. Come on up. And while they're coming up, I just want to acknowledge Melissa Ramoso from the city of Artesia. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Geraldine and Neil from the Filipino American Chamber of Orange County for also attending. So, mabuhay, everybody. We are very honored to have former Cerritos Mayor Mark Polito and immediate past president of the Filipino American Lawyers of Orange County, Nathaniel Epstein, join us this evening. So long before myself or Mark or Nathaniel were here in the United States, the earliest documented evidence of Filipinos in the continental United States occurred on October 18th, 1587, when mariners under Spanish command landed in Morro Bay, California. Many Filipinos came to the United States in the early 20th century, my Filipino grandfather being one of them, Candido Becerra. When he moved into Santa Ana in the early 1920s on 5th Street in Artesia Pilar, right down the street from Sariana's, very, very short walking distance from there. Unfortunately, the house and his neighbors' houses are no longer there today. October is an appropriate time, though, to reflect on the struggles and successes of Filipino American history and our contributions to the development of the United States of America. Next Friday, October 25th, Filipino Americans will be celebrating the 111th birthday of famous labor organizer Larry Leong. Larry came to the United States in 1929, and then in 1965, Larry was leading the AFL-CIO's Agricultural Workers Organizing Committee, or better known as AWOC, of which the majority of the committee's members were Filipinos who had arrived in the United States in the 1930s. Then on September 8, 1965, AWOC voted to strike against grape growers in Delano, California, to pressure them into granting them higher wages and better working conditions. The grape growers responded by attempting to hire Mexican farm workers to have them cross the picket lines and break the strike. Larry Leong reached out to Cesar Chavez, who at the time represented the National Farm Workers Association, and asked Cesar to have his association join AWOC in that strike. So then on September 16, 1965, the members of Cesar Chavez's organization overwhelmingly voted in favor of joining the strike. Filipinos and Mexican farm workers officially joined forces to picket together and fight for farm labor justice. AWOC and the NFWA would later merge to form what we all know today as the United Farm Workers, or the UFW. After working with Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta of the UFW, Larry Leong dedicated his efforts towards building a retirement facility for UFW workers in Delano that we know today as Agbayani Village. So I'm very proud of the fact that my grandfather, who was a master carpenter, worked with Larry Leong and Philip Veracruz to make Agbayani Village a reality. Agbayani Village is located on the historic 40-acre site in Delano, just around the corner from the gas station where Cesar Chavez ended his 1968 hunger strike. This weekend, we all proudly celebrate the 50th anniversary of Agbayani Village. While Larry Leong's contribution to our nation's history is extraordinary, Filipino Americans have contributed to our nation, our state, and our city's development through their work and contributions in organized labor, agriculture, their service in our armed forces, as engineers, scientists, accountants, entrepreneurs, teachers, doctors, and of course, nurses, of which 20% of the registered nurses in California happen to be Filipino Americans, of which my wife Wendy is one of those. Filipino Americans such as Nathaniel Epstein and Mark Polito are also engaged in appointed and elected offices, and some will be again soon. Today, as the first ever Filipino American elected to the Santa Ana City Council, it is my honor on behalf of the City of Santa Ana to declare October 2024 as Filipino American History Month. But before we do that, I'd like to ask Nathaniel Epstein if you'd like to say a couple words for this trailblazer we have here in the Southern California Filipino American community.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nate Epstein, and I'm the immediate past president of the Filipino American Lawyers of Orange County. I'd like to thank the Honorable Phil Becerra for recognizing and the Santa Ana City Council for recognizing Filipino American History Month here tonight in Santa Ana. It is my great honor to introduce a trailblazer, a dedicated public servant, and a proud Filipino American, former Cerritos Mayor Mark Polito. Mark's incredible legacy spans more than 40 years of commitment, from student activism, community organizing, and public service. Mark served as mayor and on the city council in his hometown of Cerritos to leading on the ABC Unified School District Board. Mark's contributions have paved the way for so many in our community. As the first Filipino American to be elected to the city council of Cerritos, Mark not only broke barriers, but inspired countless individuals to pursue leadership and service. His dedication to our youth, our culture, and our shared history has been truly inspiring. But Mark's work has extended far beyond the city limits. For decades, he's been a fierce advocate for Filipino American and Asian American Pacific Islander communities at both local and national levels. His leadership in founding organizations like the Whitney High School Club Kaibigan and his advocacy through groups such as the National Federation of Filipino American Associations show his lifelong commitment to empowering our community. As we celebrate Filipino American History Month, we honor individuals like Mark, who have not only made history, but continue to shape it. This month is about remembering the contributions of Filipino Americans throughout history and recognizing the leaders who have helped our community flourish. Mark Pulido is one of those leaders, a living testament to the strength, resilience, and dedication of Filipino Americans. Mark and also his wife Gloria Pulido are true representations of the Filipino spirit and have served as role models to so many, including many here tonight. So join me in welcoming former Mayor of Cerritos, Mark Pulido.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First, I want to say thank you to my brother, the Honorable Council Member Phil Becerra. I'm so honored and humbled by this recognition. I also want to thank Mayor Amezcua, Mayor Pro Tem Fan, and Council Members Hernandez, Lopez, Peñalosa, and Vasquez. Thank you, and also thank you for your service. I also wanted to thank my dear friend, Nate Epstein, for his kind words. It's kind of hard to hear stuff like that about myself. But I appreciate not only his support over the years, but also his dedicated leadership as immediate past president of the Filipino Lawyers of Orange County. As a proud son and grandson of immigrants and World War II veterans from the Philippines, who first settled here in California in Orange County, in next door La Palma and Buena Park, and myself being raised in nearby Cerritos, dating all the way back to the 1960s. It's such an honor for me to be recognized by the elected leaders of this great city. I'm truly humbled and filled with gratitude. I want to thank Councilmember Becerra specifically for really blazing a trail here in Orange County. As the very first of Filipino ancestry elected to this distinguished body here in the city of Santa Ana, but also one of among only a few Filipino Americans who have been elected to this to office in Orange County. He truly has made Filipino American history. And on this occasion, as he declares it, I want to say that he is helping make possible more history to be made by next generations of Filipino Americans who he's inspiring. Not just Filipino Americans, but I think people from all of our diverse communities, he as well as all of your leaders are inspiring. I had a comment in here about being a trailblazer is not new to his family, but he already mentioned about his inspiration, his lolo, his grandfather, Candido Becerra. But let me just underscore this. A young man who came here in the 20s. By the 1950s, he was helping to build, understand, Disneyland. And then by the mid-60s, in the middle of this world-famous Delano grape strike, coming out of that and the United Farm Workers, which was birthed in that coalition building moment, they decided to respect and honor the elders. And so they built a retirement home. One of the very first things that the Farm Workers Union did was to honor its elders, those who had toiled in the fields for 30, 40, 50 years. And it was his grandfather who traveled from Santa Ana into Delano and lived there with his relatives to help build the headquarters of the United Farm Workers of America. Okay. And that was done in partnership with icons in America, Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta. And to our community, often overshadowed, but nonetheless equal contributors, Manong Larry Itliong, Manong Philip Veracruz, Manong Pete Velasco. I'm going to call Manong Candido Becerra is among those who gave a contribution to America. And that is American history. So in accepting this recognition, I have to go back to my roots. I pay tribute to those trailblazing leaders on whose shoulders I stand on. And I was inspired very early on as a young college student at UCLA in the late 1980s, when I was a student activist and helped organize a great boycott on campus and a march into Westwood, and personally had the honor to relay fast with Cesar Chavez, who held his longest fast, his last fast, in a room at Palo Agbayani Retirement Village in July and August of 1988. I was only 19 years old then. I'm now 55 and a retiree. Cesar Chavez fasted for 36 days to protest use of agricultural pesticides that poison workers and their children. From that experience, I realized that when we work together in coalition, when we bring people together from diverse backgrounds, we can accomplish anything. Hence the chant, si se puede, si se puede. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. And to that, I want to add ours, our chant, makibaka huwag matakot, which translates to struggle without fear. This Saturday, my wife Gloria and I will be traveling to Delano along with Councilmember Phil Becerra to celebrate the 50th anniversary, the golden anniversary of the farm worker retirement village that his grandfather helped build. In part, to recommit ourselves to the important values and the work of the farm worker movement, to coalition building among our diverse Latino, Asian American, and Pacific Islander, and other diverse communities, to continue to push for positive social change, to improve all of our lives. Tonight, I thank you all for recognizing my humble work in the community and in public service. And in doing so, I wanted to thank some dear friends from Orange County who have been unsung leaders here. Noel Vallis, president of the National Filipino American Lawyers Association Foundation. Geraldine Larson, the president of the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce of Orange County. Neil Estrada, president of PhilAm, which is an acronym that stands for Filipino Influential Leaders and Mentors. Planning Commissioner from the great city of Fullerton, Arnel Dino. I already mentioned President Emeritus of the Filipino Lawyers of Orange County, Nate Epstein. And my dear sister and friend and colleague, the Honorable Melissa Ramoso, council member and former mayor of the mighty city of Artesia. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again to the city of Santa Ana. I am grateful for the recognition, and I salute you, and I thank you for celebrating Filipino American History Month. God bless.
At this time, final presentation by Councilmember Lopez, please. A certificate of recognition presented to Vecindario Lucy en Acción. Lacy, excuse me. Sorry.
Didn't know that. Didn't know. Hi, hola. Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Today, we're going to be presenting a certificate of recognition to Vela, as we know, as the locals know in here, but really it's el Grupo Comunitario de Vecindario Lacy en Acción for their outstanding contributions to our community. And I'm really proud to be recognizing Vela, the Lacy Neighborhood in Acción group, which is comprised of local residents and moms in the neighborhoods. And so for over a decade, the diverse group comprising of moms, fathers, students, and individuals with special needs has been dedicated to improving the quality of life in our community, not just for the immediate neighborhood, for the residents that live there, but really for everyone in our community. And through their volunteer efforts, they have made significant strides in areas such as green spaces, civic education, affordable housing, and emotional well-being. These collaborations speak volumes about their commitment to our city, and they have helped transform Mariposa Park. They renovated the Garfield School Wellness Center with Saeli, and they also contributed to the Legacy Square project, which is an incredible story if you ever have the opportunity to talk to anybody here involved with really the power of what community can do when we work together with developers and center the needs of people. When you look at the Legacy Square building, that is really an outcome of all of the different discussions that they had with the community. And so that's that's an incredible project here in the city. And for the past 5 years, they have spread joy by distributing toys and families in the Lacy neighborhood. Each of these initiatives reflect the heart and dedication of their members. And I want to acknowledge the hard work of everyone involved: Idalia Rios, Andrew Miguel, Camila Miguel, Veronica Juarez, Alexander Vargas, Edwin Vargas, Lizbeth Vargas, Marisela Rosales, Eduardo Castro, Kimberly Castro, Valerie Castro, Concepcion Rodriguez, Diego Calixto, Andres Calixto, Vianney Calixto, Yanni Matute, Brandy Wilson, Aiki Matute, Javier Torres, and Isaiah Torres, and finally, but not least, Isuri Ramos. And together they're making a difference, and so I hope that they have all of your support and all of the work that they help lead in our community, hand in hand to create a thriving community for everyone. So I want to thank Vecindario Lacy en Acción for all of the work that you've done that has gone to an extent unrecognized by the city, and we are here today to correct that wrong. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Veronica Juarez. I'm of the active member of Vela Group, which Ms. Lopez mentioned. It means Lacy Neighborhood in Action. So as she mentioned, for the past 10 years, the group has been organized on a volunteer basis to advocate for open spaces, education, affordable housing, and emotional well-being in the community. We're thankful for this collaboration with the city, and when we focus on the well-being of the resident, we get an excellent result. As you mentioned, one of the examples, we have a lot to say, but Mariposa Park is one of our biggest example. And we, unfortunately, couldn't be here, all of us, here physically, but as we know, time flies, and for the past 10 years, we had our little kids, but now they are preteens, teens, young adults, and we still have a little, and as you can see, because we do all of this work just because we want to improve our community, and we just want to say thank you for all this recognition, and we all are grateful for this. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I wasn't planning to speak, but I'll just speak very briefly. The people that you see here today are really a great testament of just the greatness that lies within our city. And these are all individuals that when I first met them, I'd say about 8 years ago, many of them may not have known who their council member was, but they became more civically engaged. They started attending council meetings, and they developed very meaningful relationships like the one they now have with Councilwoman Lopez. And it was those relationships that really helped bring about the changes that you see in their community. So if any of you haven't been by the Lacy Neighborhood, I encourage you to drive by. You'll see Legacy Square Apartments, the new affordable housing that this group of residents really pushed the developer to make more of those units 4-bedroom units. So that has really been a model development. More of those rents are at the lowest and most affordable rates. Mariposa Park is really just the creation of what them and the youth that you see here imagined. So at the time, they were maybe like 6 years younger. And city staff that was there did a walkthrough of that empty lot and told the youth, this is what we'd like to do here, and we want to add a community garden. And at the time, the youth said, that sounds great, but that's not what we want. So they said, we like to skate. We don't have anywhere to skate in the neighborhood. We're skating in the Garfield Elementary parking lot and the Triado parking lot, and we get in trouble. So what can we add so that we can skate in peace? And now that park has a little skating bowl. It's very active. If you drive past the park at 10 p.m., 11 p.m., you often see families that are there, and it's always being used, and that just speaks to the great need that exists. So I'm very proud of all of the work that this group has done, and for me, they're a great example of what can happen when there is a very strong collaboration between the residents that live in the neighborhood, the real local experts, and the city. So if you haven't been by the Lacy Neighborhood, I just encourage you to drive by. It's a great example of what, just the greatness that exists and what the rest of the city, I think, can look like as well. So thank you all.
Thank you for the presentations, everyone. Mr. City Manager, may we please have your staff report, please?
Can we have the PowerPoint, please? Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Just for a brief moment, we're going to provide a little bit of an update regarding our enforcement and in and around Union Pacific Railroad. So for the last month, Union Pacific has, as they've done for the last year, have done routine cleanups in the railroad properties, usually only on Tuesdays and Thursdays. A month ago, our office interacted with Union Pacific leadership and requested additional cleanups. This included an additional cleaning on Friday, and more importantly, we directed police enforcement actions to be taken. So what does that mean? That means that at least Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, we have cleanups with Union Pacific personnel and the Santa Ana Police Department. And then Friday and Saturday, also police enforcement in and around the railroads. Can we get the next slide, please? So the main focus of our enforcement regarding the railroad was between Chestnut Avenue on the northeast part of the city to the southwest part of the city around Bristol Street. Next slide. And again, Tuesdays and Thursdays primarily with Union Pacific Police Department. And around that time, we also have the code team in the surrounding businesses to ensure we provide services. And what I mean by services is the traditional cold approach, right? Offer support and resources from CityNet, right? And then, of course, transportation if needed. Again, the enhanced enforcement was on Fridays and Saturday and Sunday, which is a key component with the Santa Ana Police Department and CityNet. And the idea was to ensure that following the cleanups on Tuesday and Thursday, we don't have folks returning back to that part of the railroad, right? That was a key component when we started this endeavor on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So during the first 2 weeks of enforcement, we had 34 citations. That section, the California Penal Code 369I, is the trespassing section that just specific to the railroads, right? The outreach recruited 40 individuals contacted, and they were all offered shelter and general services, mental health services, substance abuse disorder services, and of course, there was zero tolerance, meaning what? Meaning any interaction in the railroad, people were contacted. That means if they return back and to the railroad, even though it was after it was clean, they were given a citation. So most of the items we focus, and one of the items that we're looking at is what type of folks we are interacting with within the railroads, and also evaluating their kind of history, more importantly, their arrested history. Next. So this is what we found in the railroad right away. And so, as you can see, I'm not just going to go with the top 5. Folks that were arrested, part of their criminal past, for lack of a better way to say it, included murder, stalking, assault with a deadly weapon, firearm violations, and burglary. And you can read the rest as far as the component, the aspects. So when we're talking about the interaction, this is why for us it was important to analyze and ensure that we had police enforcement to ensure that one, we maintain the area clean and try to address as many trespassing concerns that we had. Next. So up to date, we've spent a little bit over $10,000 on overtime. And so we plan on doing this, next slide please, for the next 45 days. And again, our objective is simple, working with Union Pacific to ensure that one, they maintain and clean their properties, traditionally Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays, and then ensuring police activity on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so we can maintain the area clean as best as possible, all right? Part of the corresponding aspect that we found out the first 2 weeks is that when folks left the railroad, right, they were going into the surrounding businesses and neighborhoods. So for us, we had to coordinate an additional staffing component, mostly associated with code, so they ensure that they don't go to those nearby businesses and or residential neighborhoods. So for us, we are planning on having this for another 45 days, right? So we can monitor, address concerns. Obviously, like I said, it's not just the law enforcement component. Our folks work with CityNet and a quality of life team to ensure we provide services, including shelter and any of the other mental health support aspect. At that point, once we complete our 45 days, we'll look at our research. Hopefully, we've made a dent as far as folks returning to the railroads. And if not, then we consider what our next action will be, including more meetings with Union Pacific or possible legal action if we have to. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Great presentation. Let's move on. And can you make sure we all get a copy? I didn't get a copy. I don't know if anybody else did.
We'll provide it.
Great, thank you. At this time, we're going to go to Madam City Attorney. Do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public, we did have closed session items this evening.
I'm sorry, can you speak a little louder? I can't hear you.
Mayor, members of the city council, and members of the public, we did have closed session items this evening, although we do not have any reportable action. I do want to give a report to the public as a follow-up to and an update on allegations that the city council had received with respect to code of ethics violations. The mayor and council directed the city attorney's office to have 2 matters investigated after they received 2 separate complaints, and to also have a 3rd matter concerning an alleged Brown Act violation sent to the Orange County District Attorney's Office. As for the investigations, one was a complaint against Councilmember Hernandez that was referred to a city council ad hoc committee, and the other was related to allegations made by the former city manager against Mayor Amezcua. In the Amezcua matter, the investigator found that the preponderance of evidence did not support the allegations, and therefore they were not sustained. In the Hernandez matter, the investigator found that the preponderance of the evidence supported findings that 3 of the 4 allegations were sustained and 1 was not sustained. The Orange County District Attorney's Office has concluded that there was insufficient evidence to substantiate the allegations. The city now deems these matters to be resolved unless an ad hoc committee gives further direction to our office. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I think that's great news for me. I'm not sure about the council member, but it is for me. At this point, this is the time.
Mayor,
Yes.
I have just a quick clarifying question for the city attorney. The district attorney concluded that the allegations pertaining to the Brown Act weren't sustained, correct? Because
Correct.
the way you phrased that made it seem like everything above was not sustained, but
No,
it's
only
just...
as to the Brown Act. So the 2 reports were on the 2 investigations, and then as to the Brown Act, there was insufficient evidence to substantiate the allegations, and they closed their file as well.
For the Brown Act violation?
With a Brown Act allegation, correct.
Okay, got it, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. This is the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Madam City Clerk, please explain the public comment procedures and call the first speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2023-047, speakers are requested to address City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. The Mayor has determined that speakers will have 2 minutes for their comments. Before calling speakers, I'll report the following summary of emails provided as of today by 2 p.m. We received 20 emails on non-agenda topics. Those were distributed to the City Council and posted online for public review. I'll now call speakers present from the cards. I'll call 3 cards at a time. If you could please line up in the center aisleway behind the podium to provide your comments on agenda or non-agenda items. Please state your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in for the record. The first 3 speakers, Cynthia Acevedo, Gloria Guzman Aguirre, and Manuel Michael Pineda.
Come on up here, go to the microphone where you can speak, and then 2 minutes, they'll let you know.
Hi,
when your time
good
is up.
evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Gloria Gizman. I've been a resident in Santa Ana since 1975. I'm the 3rd generation here in our city. And the past year, I've lived to see an increase in crime in our ward, which is Ward 2. This is your ward, Council Member Vasquez. I feel you haven't been a man of your word, especially assuring a safer environment in my neighborhood. This includes crime, drug sales, false document sales, theft, prostitution, and drugs being done in public. The sad thing is, my sister lives in a senior citizen apartment complex, and that is the Metro East Apartments. It is sad that she has to walk a block away to her apartment only to be harassed by the homeless, being half naked, and even though they call the police, they'll come out and they come back to harass the seniors. This is very sad because they use their finances to pay their rent, and this isn't a good quality of life for them. They deserve more. They're the trailblazers of our community. They need more than that. Shame on you, council members Hernandez, Vasquez, and Lopez, for allowing open drugs where families shop, live, along with peddling illegal documents and making us feel unsafe in our own neighborhoods. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Next speaker is Gloria Guzman Aguirre. Oh, sorry. Cynthia Acevedo. Manuel Michael Pineda. Krista Headington. followed by Nancy Emerson.
Hello, my name is Krista Headington. Thank you, Mayor.
Ma'am, can you speak into the mic? I apologize, and you start over. We'll start your time over, please.
Oh, no problem.
There you go.
My name is Krista Headington. Thank you, Mayor Valerie, for protecting the senior citizens of Metro East Apartments. I stand in support with the residents of Metro East Senior Apartments that are here tonight. I'd like to bring only a few issues. It's very small compared to the big picture of what is going on in our apartment complex. Safety. We have homeless people sleeping in stairwell, laundry rooms, trash rooms. The fire doors are being held open by paper. Cleanliness, we have dog feces in hallway, urine, and it may get sometimes not clean for 3 weeks, the floors. The office is very unresponsive to anything you bring to them. Nothing really gets done. So thank you very much for listening to us, and I hope that you can help us out. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Emerson, and I want to thank you, Mayor Valerie, for protecting the senior citizens of Metro East Apartments. I also stand in support with the residents of Metro East Apartments that are here this evening. I moved into Metro East when it first opened in 2021, and it was nice, clean, nice location, and I was glad to be there. But it'll be 4 years in January of 25, and I feel like I'm living in a ghetto. There is, I don't like the things that I hear about prostitution, about drugs in the stairway, about people renting out their apartments, doing Airbnbs, all kinds of crazy things going on there. The SWAT team's been in there a couple of times, and the police have recommended that we have we have about 400 apartments there, that we have security for 24/7, at least 2 or 3 security people. Well, we don't have that. And so people just get to do whatever they want to do. It's dirty, it's scary, and I would like things to change. The management doesn't seem to support a lot of things, and people are just left feeling hopeless and floundering around. I feel like there should be more support for senior citizens. There's a lot of really nice people that live there, but there's some really, they've let a lot of riffraff in there, and it's just constantly going downhill. So I appreciate anything that the city can do for us. Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Bob Adams, Kevin Tranter, Tommy Fernandez.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Bob Adams. I'm here to comment on your proposed action to rezone the SD 84 Industrial Overlay Transit Zone. Today, I met with Richard at 830 East Washington Street. He and his brother own and operate Charlini Marble and Stone since 1978. His story resonates with mine, as it does so many others. I am not going to bore you with poor us. However, for just one moment, try to put yourselves in our shoes. You came to the city of Santa Ana with your hopes and dreams of making something of yourself and for your family. You worked in your capacity at the city of Santa Ana and earned your retirement. At the ripe old age of 65, you announced your retirement, and the city of Santa Ana tells you, sorry, your retirement fund has been squandered and it's gone. How would you feel? How would you tell your family? If that all makes sense, then you can, for a moment, know how so many of us property and business owners feel. I am here to tell you, no change is not going to happen. So what will happen? What can we do together? Possibly increase city enforcement of existing M1, M2 zoning code restrictions, maybe add a few, additional environmental oversight along with recommendations on how to mitigate unacceptable conditions, incentivize land-only owners to develop and change to new zoning, perhaps specific acceptable carve-outs. And what doesn't work? Eminent domain, amortizing for 20, 30 years? No, this just prolongs the death sentence. I understand the city's challenges to address California's SB 1000 environmental justice planning. We in the SD 84 business community who are willing should be invited to sit down with Commissioner Min Tai to work together and address any and all environmental issues.
Bob, your time is up.
In closing, no, that's it. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tommy Fernandez. I represent United Club Soccer League and 12 other soccer leagues. I'm here to speak about agenda item number 10. We own a beautiful dog, German Shepherd. Her name is Sky. And as much as Sky will be really happy when the dog park comes along, I think there are some other things that are priority to the community. Talking about safety, the lack of lighting at the parks create serious safety issues, especially for our young children. Maybe a tragedy like the one that Bob Burnett just mentioned could be prevented with better lighting at the parks. Public health. Investing in lighting at the parks promotes sports and active lifestyle, which is crucial for public health. Benefit for all residents. The fields, the parks can be used for all residents of Santa Ana, while the dog parks is primarily for pet owners. And lastly, revenue for the city of Santa Ana. While the dog park requires maintenance, the city parks with lighting can be rented to sports organizations like ours and create revenue for the city of Santa Ana. So it's in your hands. Put priority to safety, public health, benefits for all residents, and revenue for the city. I thank you all for your hard work and your time. Thank you.
Kevin Tranter, followed by Mike Tardif and Carl Benninger.
Hi, my name is Kevin Tranter. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for an opportunity to be heard.
Sir, can you speak into the mic, please? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. This is in response to the SD 84 transit zoning thing. We have a business in the Lacy area. We bought a building there 24 years ago, and we have 40-something employees who most are employed from Santa Ana. We're just concerned that decisions are going to be made that we have not had any knowledge about. We just want to be heard and find out what's going on. We have certain businesses there that if we're forced to relocate, they could go inland and do that. Our business has a customer base in Orange County that would prohibit us to move out of the area. I don't think it would be possible for us to survive. We have, paid taxes and property taxes for 43 years. We opened the business in 1981, and we're just looking for an opportunity to work with the city to see whether we can redo regulations or what it is that we need to do to coexist with a residential neighborhood. That's all that we're asking for, and we appreciate any help that we can get. Thank you very much.
My name is Mike Tardif. I'm a longtime Santa Ana resident, business and property owner. Regarding your current planning for rezoning regarding the properties and businesses included in the industrial overlay areas of the Transit Zoning Code, SD 84, your currently in place moratorium on industrial properties and businesses is draconian, very harsh and severe. You are not allowing any startup of new businesses in existing industrial buildings, no new certificates of occupancy, no new conditional use permits or construction permits. All of that is extremely damaging to the value of our properties, the improvements on our properties, and to the value and functioning of our businesses. It is our understanding that you want to expel our businesses, our business facilities, our improvements on the land for the benefit of high-density developers. This is not just damaging to us and our families, our planned retirements, but also to our over 1,000 employees within the entire area and their families. You are affecting the livelihoods of thousands of people. All of this, and you have not directed staff to coordinate or hold even one community meeting to dialogue and collaborate with those affected, the industrial property and business owners and the surrounding residential neighborhoods. Mayor, council, staff, this is unconscionable that you would direct and allow a zone change of this magnitude affecting property values in the hundreds of millions of dollars, affecting thousands of employees and their families to this degree, to go forward to the Planning Commission for approval with zero outreach to the community. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Mike, your
Fix
time
it.
is up.
Thank you.
Next three speakers, Carl Benninger, Jackie Cordova, Brian Farkas.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Carl Benninger. I live in Ward 4. I'm also president of ComLink. I'm very excited about the next two ComLink meetings that we have, and they're joined together for the very first reason that this time of year and until the first of the year, sometimes can be hard on families, individuals, and what have you. So we have two meetings coming up, general meetings, that's going to help tell people where to get help if necessary. The first one's going to deal with mental illness with children. I wish we had this when my youngest sister was young, who to this day gets very depressed this time of year. We don't know why, but she has never sought help for it. And I wish that it was available back in the 50s and 60s when she was young on it. And that meeting is going to be October 24th at the Police Community Center, open to everyone in the public on that, starting at 6 p.m. The second one I'm very excited about is on November 21st. Usually November's, and we salute our veterans, and we will salute veterans on the night, but also we have someone coming from the Family Justice, which is really a gem we have in the city, started by Juan Vegas when he was on this council, who is a policeman, who's done a great job that will be always remembered and help in silence. Also, we're going to have a speaker from crime survivors, and she's a wonderful person, that Patty Winscombe, I'm saying that last name wrong, but she let a bad incident, rather than make her a victim, she turned it into something great, and she now has formed an organization that helps victims get over the crime, to get how to deal with it. In closing, I want to thank the mayor. You have done wonderful. You meet with our neighborhood leaders, which now we have 65, once a month. Really appreciate it. Every time I attend a neighborhood association meeting, I find you there. So thank you very, very much for all the time.
Hello, my name is Jackie Cordova. I'm a mother of Santa Ana. I would have liked 3 minutes to speak here on what I'm about to say, so I apologize that I will have to rush through this. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, signed in 1848, is a treaty of peace, friendship, limits, and settlement between the United States and Mexico. Protection of Mexican citizens. The United States promised to protect the property and civil rights of Mexican citizens living in the new U.S. territory. Boundary policing. The United States promised to police its new boundaries. I pray for the safety of our community members who are the first responders and unsung heroes here. Santa Ana Police Department and Santa Ana Police Oversight Commission. You have stolen power and stolen valor. With 2 chiefs and your union president pushed out due to your own corruption, you have nothing legitimate left here. Abuse charges have been leveled against you. City of Santa Ana, by assuming you have oversight over our abusers, you are assuming guilt of the crimes. Santa Ana Police Oversight Commission has zero effect and undermines our safety when it's beholden to a condemned mayor and a corrupt force. This complaint is lodged specifically against Danny Vega, chairperson and mayoral representative, in collusion with Valeria Mesqua. As a protected class of citizens in a sanctuary city, March 2024, citizen complaints began to be filed against Santa Ana Police. April 11th, County of Orange fired. They have absolutely no jurisdiction over us. May Day 2024, Mayor Valeria Mesqua is condemned by the community. In retaliation, on May 15th, 2024, students, faculty, and community members were attacked at UC Irvine by Santa Ana Police and every law enforcement agency in Orange County. Under duress and lies, they were ordered to UCI, all dressed up in SWAT costumes and lethal force, again, threatening to kill us for hours.
Jackie, your time is up. Next three speakers, Brian Farkas, Maritza Delgado, and the Saldivar family.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Brian Farkas. I'm a representative of the Western States Council of Carpenters. I'm here to speak on item number 25, the related Bristol project. On behalf of nearly 1,000 hardworking, highly skilled union carpenters who call Santa Ana home, and roughly 5,200 members we represent in Orange County, the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters proudly supports this project. Related has committed to working with contractors who hire locally, utilize apprentices from state-certified apprenticeship programs. We believe this project will greatly benefit the environment, the community, and the local economy. The Carpenters ask that you please vote yes on the approval of the project, and appreciate your consideration. Thank you, guys.
Maritza Delgado.
I am resident of Metro East.
Señora, ¿puede venir? Sí, gracias.
I'm so sorry. I am resident of Metro East to Santa Ana. We had many problems because the Metro East is special for seniors. But the manager, he has families with kids. This is not healthy for the kids. This is not healthy for the seniors because the seniors, we need resting. We need the place quiet, but this is very impossible. I speak with the manager. The manager, he told me, I don't have nothing to do. Please help to the seniors, the Metro East, because you are government, you are the power in your hands. Help for all seniors, the Metro East, please. Thank you so much for listening to me. And bless you.
Saldivar family. Magdalena Menchaca, followed by Gloria Salinas. Magdalena? Gloria?
He's coming. We don't move as fast here at Metro East.
No problem. You take your time. Come on up. Come on up, ma'am. You can pull the mic down there and you can speak. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gloria Salinas, and I also reside at the Metro East Senior Apartments. And I'm here to ask for help. I feel that our biggest problem there is security. I mean, you know, we're all at that age where we don't need the drugs, the prostitution, the fact that we only have one security guard that's there from 6:30 in the evening up until about 5:30 in the morning, but the rest of the time, everybody and anybody can just walk into the building, and you're not safe whether you go to the laundry, you could step out on the stairway, and there's homeless people and drug addicts doing their thing right there, you know, right in front of you. If you say anything to them, it's like they want to attack you. And, you know, I'm a single mother. I'm single, I'm a widow, and I'm by myself. And I mean, it's like, it gets dark and you just don't even want to come outside anymore. You know, it's like, you just find them everywhere. They're doing drugs out in the front of the building, you know, smoking that fetty stuff that they do. And I would just see if there's anything that you guys can do to help us there at Metro East Apartments, because the management does not care about us. If you complain to them, before you know it, you're getting a notice because we're harassing the management. That is not right. I mean, I've gotten so many, you know, notices for this and for that, and they just make the stuff up as they go. But we need your help. We're not at the age that we could protect ourselves from all the people that are on drugs and doing what they do there in the building. So if we need your help. Thank you so much for listening to me today.
Magdalena Menchaca. Gary Kingsbury, followed by Genfie Ferran.
Good evening, Council. My name's Gary Kingsbury, and I'm also a resident at Metro East Apartments. I'm assuming that all of you, if you sign a contract, you honor that contract. I know I do. Just within the last month, I've had 2 contracts, one for parking and one for my rental lease, that the Metro apartment management has just ignored my rights with the contract. And I've talked to the city staff and I've talked to the Fair Housing Council, and they all recommend that we need to fight for our rights. But there's fear among our residents that we're going to be kicked out in retaliation. I have a parking lease where I have a space a third of a mile away from my house. And I was called and said, I cannot use that space for 3 days. And you know how tough parking is by us. And I said, well, the contract says I get an alternative space if I can't use my own. And they just ignored the fact that they created the problem, but it was my job to solve the problem as such. And that was followed by the next day where I have a lease till February. And I received a notice, and I think everybody that has a lease contract received a notice that they're raising our rent, even though I have a contract for 12 months to February with a fixed amount. I've sent a letter saying maybe there's a mistake about this, please fix it. They haven't responded. The Fair Housing Council recommended I send a certified mail to them, which I did this morning. Hopefully we get a response, but they just seem to ignore our contract rights. In addition, people talk about safety. You know, we've had a couple of fire alarms go off. We have people with disabled on all these different floors. I try to help people because I feel I'm in the top 10% of the health in that apartment. But we have a lot of people that need help to get off floors. And I've talked to the management about having a plan, at least have a meeting about this issue, because I'm fearful if it's a real fire hit, we're going to have a lot of people death and injuries. And we need to do something now in a preventive instead of waiting for a fire to happen. And lastly,
Gary, your time is up.
Thank you.
Genfie Ferran.
You can come up, it's okay. No, don't be shy, come on up. Whatever you want to say.
I said thank you. Sorry, no speak English very well. I think thank you, Mayor.
Do you speak Spanish, ma'am?
Arabic.
Arabic. Okay.
I said shukran. Thank you. So,
if you wrote something, you can leave it with the clerk if you like, and we can read it. It's up to you.
I stayed in the super debt. Sorry.
You live in the senior apartments as well?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Senior apartment.
Thank
you so much. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. No apology necessary.
Chow Nguyen, followed by Victor Mendez.
My name is Châu Nguyễn.
Ma'am, can you bring that down a little bit? There you go. You can speak Vietnamese?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and Mayor Pro Tem can translate for you if you like.
That's okay. And my name is Châu Nguyễn, resident of Metro East Senior apartment. And I come here today. First thing, just a short talk that I thank you so much for for Mayor Valerie and council member, all council member about listening and protecting the senior citizen of Metro East Senior Park. Then also the second one, I stand up to in support for all complaints from other residents of Metro East about the security, about the cleanliness, and other problem. And again, I thank you so much for your support, Metro East Senior Apartment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Victor Mendez, followed by Julie Feenstra and Celica Diaz.
Good evening. So yes, thank you, Mayor V, for being a great leader, for being a great mayor, and just a great human being. I haven't had a chance to talk to the residents about this, but this report that I got from code enforcement today confirms everything that they're saying. Your team went out, and by the way, you guys delivered the way you said you delivered. I said it'd come back in 60 days, and 60 days to the date, they were out there. I think they covered this very well. There's more work to do. They have to find a way to get this implemented, and probably just as important, they have to really evaluate the tools that are available to them to remove Con Am. I mean, you're hearing that this is... I realize it may not be a simple task, but I think the relationship is just broken. It's like an old car; they just don't want to put any more into it. And I know they're trying to make up and try to do other things. They say, "Well, wait more, and we'll have this thing fixed." It's past that, and you've heard from these people. You saw what was going on. I've been talking about all these things for 2 years, and now they found religion after you guys came out and started citing them. I don't think that's the way we want to live. We want somebody more proactive and somebody who's going to really do the job. And you've heard from these people. These are frail, elderly women. Con Am has declared war on these women. That's what they've done. They know what they're doing. They're manipulating them. They're taking advantage of them. I don't like it, and neither should you. These could be your grandmothers. They could be your mothers or whoever. And you all should stand up for them. I'll be okay. I'll figure it out. But I want you to do what you can to help them, protect them, because they deserve it. They deserve nothing less than to live in a safe, clean apartment. So I look forward to the work ahead with Mr. Garcia. I hope we can look at the devices available to them. I'm sure it'll be fair and appropriate and professional. And thank you so much.
Julie Feenstra, followed by Celica Diaz and Carlos Manrique.
Oh, that is close. Thank you, Council, for allowing us to come up and speak, and Mayor Ramasquez. My name is Julie. I live at Metro East Apartments. To start with, I'd like to read a letter that a couple sent email to the Metro East residents just recently. Unfortunately, my husband, this is from Helen and John, my husband and I cannot make the meeting on Tuesday. We have prior engagements. However, we wish to express our thoughts and disgust of the living situation at Metro East Senior Living. We have been here living for a year now, and it's the worst experience we've ever had. This is supposed to be a senior community, and we were told before getting in here that we both had to be 62 to apply. My husband was 64, and I could not move in until I was 62. Yet there are people living here who are the same age as my sons and younger. Questions from my husband asked the new manager when he invited input from the residents. However, zero response from the manager. This is the 5th management team we've had in the 3 years that I have been there, and there never has been a relationship. They don't want one, and they do harass, at least they've harassed me and other women when we even come forth with, there's dog crap in, in the hallways and the elevators. There's dogs that are dangerous. There's supposedly a limit of, I think, 15 pounds on the leash. And I've come across men with dogs that before, they are definitely drug dogs, and they're scary. Continuing with the letter, is this still a 62 plus or not? These people have parking spots and do not pay for them, unlike my husband and myself, who have to pay $150 per month and have to walk by the scum of the earth to get our cars every day.
Julie, your time is up.
Thank you. Please help us.
Good evening, Mayor Mesqua and council members, city manager, congratulations and welcome. Assistant city manager, help him, he needs a lot of help. Just kidding. I'm actually here today, Mayor, because I want to thank you for putting together your neighborhood walks and the coffee with the mayor. But I want to thank your city staff for always being so supportive, and every time they would come out with you, they listen to our residents. And I've heard from many residents that it is very important, and I agree with them, it is very important to bring the resources to the community, to the neighborhoods. That's how they're able to connect with them. That's how now they know who to reach out in parks, who to reach out in the library, who to reach out in public works. So I want to thank you for that. And I know the job is not done, and I know there's going to be a lot of changes. But you know what? We need to focus, and we need to also focus on our youth. I would like to see more teen programs throughout all the community centers and more PAL programs. And with that, I want to thank Santa Ana PD for always being helpful. Thank you.
Carlos Manrique, followed by Deepa Bijlani and Adrian Esparza.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Carlos Manrique, and I'm here to talk about the parking lot. When new tenants they come to our building, and it's in writing, they say there is no parking lot. Last week, 3 days ago, and last night, around 1 a.m. in the morning, I walked the parking lot, and I found 22 spaces available. A week ago, I found 27 spaces available. And anybody right here, they paid on those spaces 150. You heard that before. If you multiply 150 by 12, each person, on top of the unit that they paid, they are spending 1,800. 22 spaces which are available right now, 150 comes to 3,300. And they said, well, we are not going to have spaces available for the next 2 or 3 years. If it's for 1 year, 22 spaces available, 39,600. Who is packing the money? Management, or maybe the owners of the building? That's a lot of money, because we are on Social Security. That's a fixed income, and I believe that's not right. And I have right here the copies. If you want to send anybody, right here I put dots on those spaces which are available.
If you use the mic, sir, I apologize.
But they said it's not available. I would like, because I spent an hour and a half doing this one, I would like to know if you can send somebody over there and check what I'm saying. And I had the pictures of the places available. Each of these dots means available. Besides that, the manager, her name is Maria Isabel Chavez. She has
Carlos,
a
your time
parking
is
lot,
up.
and she's not a senior citizen. She's not a senior. She's younger. Her husband has a parking lot too. And that's
Sir,
the
your
parking
time
lot
is
is
up.
reserved for
Your time is up,
seniors.
sir.
Can somebody help? Can somebody help me?
Your time is
Here's information. You can verify. You can send somebody over there.
Thank you very much, sir.
Deepa Bijlani, followed by Adrian Esparza and Conrad Allenbach.
Thank you, Mayor Valerie, for protecting the senior citizen of Metro East Apartment. I stand in support with the resident of Metro East Senior Apartment that are here. I just talking about the dogs, big dogs over there is scary and no cleanness and dog pee-pee and everything on over there. And elevator have a pee-pee, nobody is cleaning up. And just I talking about cleanness. Thank you so much.
I won't be too long, I'll be brief. Madam Mayor, City Council, Senor Alvaro, Manager, congratulations. My name is Adrian Esparza. I'm the business manager with Laborers Local 652 here in Santa Ana. And I proudly represent 4,200 members, about 2,000 live in Santa Ana. And I want to thank you for the October 1st unanimous vote for Bristol Related. But I want to also take it a little bit further. What this project is going to do for the city of Santa Ana, the residents, the revenue, but let alone the skilled and trained workforce that you can put forth and give the future union members the chance to become fruitful and have a career and a retirement and a pension to move forward. I'm not good speaking, so I think I might have to join the Toastmasters, but I'll take it up. But I want to thank you, and I hope you do a unanimous decision tonight again. So thank you very much on behalf of Labor Local 652 and the members that we represent. Thank you.
Conrad Allenbach, followed by Sue Palick and Venancio Chavez.
First, I want to thank Mayor Valerie for your support. I'm fairly young for Metro East. I'm 65 years old now and spent my life as a professional engineer and a lot of sales organizations. And I'm going to tell you, this is not a management organization. This is not a supervisory. This is not a service organization. This is a high-profile, corrupt sales organization that will do anything to put people in those apartments and then let them go. They don't care. They don't care. I've got the receipts right here. I've lived here for 2.5 months. I've got 2 rent increases. I'm not kidding. I've got them right here, okay? And I'm on a fixed annual contract. Legal services, I tell them to go pound sand, okay? $150 a month for me to walk 1/3 of a mile through a bunch of crackheads who I've been assaulted. I mean, and then they come into my apartment complex and try and get in my apartment. That's right, because I'm living in an ex-crack house, and there is no security, none whatsoever, okay? And what's going on here is an atrocity, and under your watch, you all need to look at this. You see these young ladies here that live there, and they're being abused on a daily basis, okay, by drug addicts, and they don't care. Hey, you got a complaint? I complained enough in my month that they cut my email off. They won't let me keep record of communication. It's intentional. They mislead the residents about a place where you can go online and pay your rent. They won't let you find it because that leaves a trail. By the way, my rent was quoted $11.85. By the time I moved in, they moved it up to $12.34, $12.35. I just got a rent increase for $12.96. I go online to pay my rent, it's still $11.85. Where is this money going? This is as corrupt as can be, and it's just obvious.
Conrad, your time is up.
Thank you.
Wow. Sue from Ward 4.
Can you use your mic, please?
Yes, can you hear me? So I'll say it again. Wow. Sue from Ward 4. Mayor, I'm here to, in support of the Metro East Senior Apartments that are here tonight. There are so brave people to come forward and express their concerns. I didn't prepare anything tonight, but I want to say, Thai fam, I so enjoyed the Lion Dragon dance, and I so enjoyed seeing our city manager dressed in his tunic, and you also. I loved it. And tonight, you celebrated the Filipino community, and I'm going to tell you, I love all of it. But I want to tell you, I've been offended by you. And that has to do with the Children's March. And I wish we could have a conversation about it, because I don't like coming forward here and pointing these things out. I'd rather have a conversation about it. But maybe you don't realize that you offended me as a white person and the community of white people here when you said little brown faces were being given dirty looks and people clutching their pearls. Santa Ana is 80% Hispanic, so who were you referring to? And I know that this has been discussed by the community somewhat. It offended me. And you know what? I love the diversity of this community. I soak it up. I love it. And sometime I would like to see we have an old-fashioned country music jamboree, because this was born in America, country western music. And there's so many people that don't understand the music and the stories behind it. I have a friend that is that came from France that I knew from my younger days. And the first thing he wanted to do was go to the cowboy country, because they see cowboys and westerns and they want to know about that whole culture. That's our culture. And we come from all different parts of the United States. I'm from an East Coast, so mine is European. But I like to be able to see more diversity other than what we have now. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the time to talk tonight. Thank you.
Señores del concilio y público presente, hoy vengo a hablarle de 3 poderes que existen en nuestra comunidad. Pero antes de mencionarles cuáles son, primero déjenme decirles que Santa Ana, por si no lo sabían, es la ciudad más cara de todas las ciudades del condado de Orange en cuanto a impuestos se refiere. Pero sí lo sabían, ¿verdad? El primer poder es el dinero. Con dinero todo se puede. Por ejemplo, la costosa campaña que se está llevando a cabo por el Distrito Escolar de Santa Ana para promover la medida I por 355 millones y que vamos a pagar más de 676 millones de dólares en forma de impuestos nosotros, los residentes de Santa Ana. Y la medida G promovida por el Distrito de Colegios Comunitarios de Rancho Santiago por más de 720 millones de dólares y que también vamos a pagar más de 1,470 millones de dólares. Se han gastado miles de dólares en cartelones gigantes diciendo que es por el beneficio de nuestros niños y nuestra comunidad, en contra de la gente pobre como yo, que lo único que tengo es pintura roja, pedazos de cartón y muchas ganas de convencer a los votantes que votar por estas medidas no va a mejorar la educación de nuestros niños, pero sí va a aumentar nuestros impuestos aún más. El segundo poder son las poderosas uniones atrás de nuestros servidores públicos, los que los endosan y los patrocinan. Les patrocinan sus candidaturas, por ejemplo, de policía, de construcción, de bomberos y muchas más entidades. El tercer poder y más importante son los ciudadanos, los residentes de Santa Ana. El día que los ciudadanos de Santa Ana digan basta ya y voten, ni el poder del dinero ni las uniones van a poder imponernos a servidores públicos que no nos apoyen y que no nos defiendan de estas medidas disfrazadas
Señor,
de
su
buenas
tiempo ha terminado.
intenciones y que en realidad, una vez más lo digo, no es para mejorar la educación de nuestros
Señor,
hijos.
su tiempo ha terminado. Gracias. Mayor and City Council, that concludes the speakers in person.
He's going to translate. We
My
just need
apologies.
translation, please.
Here's to the City Council and the public, and the people and the public in general. I want to talk about 3 powers that affect our community. But before that, I want to tell you, if you didn't know, that Santa Ana has the most taxes, is the most expensive city regarding taxes. But I know that you do know it. The first power that we're talking about is campaign money for campaigns. When we talk about the SAUSD campaign for Measure E, we are going to be asked to vote on $355 million bond, which we will end up paying $676 million in taxes paid for by Santa Ana residents. And that doesn't include the Measure G for Rancho Santiago Community College District's bond for $720 million, which we will end up paying back $1.47 billion in taxes. And these monies are supposedly to help our children and to help our community. But we, the poor people, I, as a poor person, are going to be paying for this. And I won't have anything but red paint around. I'm going to have cardboard pieces and more taxes. This is not going to improve education. This is only going to raise our taxes. Number two is the power of unions, the unions that are behind the so-called public servants. And it's a union for police, a construction union, a firemen's unions, and others. And number three, the third power is for the citizens of Santa Ana. And it's only when the citizens will say enough that we will overcome. When we say enough, the power of the money and the power of the unions won't be enough, and they will not impose their public servants upon us. And these measures that are just dressed up as things that will not help education and will not help the community.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes the speakers in person, and there are no speakers on Zoom.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Consent calendar items at this time, 6 through 25, are before us. Council members, please announce any items you'll be abstaining from due to conflict. If there are any requests to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussion. Councilmember Vasquez, any items pulled?
I pulled 10, comment 11, and 18.
I'm sorry, can you speak louder into your mic, please?
Can I pull 10 and comment on 11 and 18?
Comment on 11 and 18, and you're pulling 10. Councilmember Lopez?
No items to pull.
I'm sorry?
No items to pull.
Councilman Penalosa?
No items, Mayor.
Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to comment on item 10, which I believe Vasquez already pulled, and I'll comment on item 12 and 21.
Councilman Becerra?
No items to pull.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Nothing to pull, just a comment on 10 and a recusal from number 18 and 25 as the Illumination Foundation, as well as Greenville Ranch LLC, are clients of my employer, Rattan & Tucker. Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you say recusal on which one? 18 and 25. Madam City Clerk, you have all that?
Yes, Mayor.
Great. This time, is there a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar?
So moved.
I'll second.
Great, thank you. Let's prepare to vote.
A motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Councilmember Penalosa, to approve consent calendar items number 6 through 25, with the exception of item number 10, and noting for the record that this does include approval of the second reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana approving amendment application number 2023-03 to establish the related Bristol specific plan SP number 5 and to approve a zone change for the 41-acre site generally located at 3600 Bristol Street from general commercial C2 and commercial residential CR to related Bristol specific plan SP number 5, and the second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana approving development agreement number 2023-02 for a mixed-use development known as the related Bristol specific plan project at 3600 Bristol Street between the City of Santa Ana and Greenville Ranch LLC, BSG West Bristol LLC, and MCG Bristol West LLC, and determining the associated CEQA determination.
Sold.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yeah.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, with a recorded recusal on items 18 and 25 by Mayor Pro Tem Fan. Motion carries.
All right, motion carries. Okay, here we go. We have appointment of Vivian Wellham for...
And unfortunately, they were not able to attend this evening, so we will provide their oath of office at a later date.
Perfect. All right, Madam Clerk, it's on you. Let's do it.
Item 10, pulled by Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes, I wanted to talk about this item only to give you a chance to show off the work that we're doing and how we're doing it. So please, if you may, City Manager Alvaro.
Thank you, Councilmember Vasquez. What we're providing today in item 10 is an update, and I was going to do it towards the end of the City Manager's comments. But with the approval of our contracts that we did today, since July 1st, we've approved $65 million in contractual obligations regarding our Revive money, ARPA. Item 10 speaks specifically to a summary of the items that we looked at where we had, as a city council or as administration, had promised to complete projects. For the first time, we've seen a complete summary of the key projects that we're focusing to complete. If you notice, there's been an increase in construction costs, obviously. And so 9 out of 10 times, and this all started, and I'll say this in a very transparent manner, when we started speaking in the beginning of my tenure about the dog park, right, and also construction in Salvador Park, we allude to a certain sense of approval where we, as either as a council director or staff, we don't provide the necessary resources. What we're seeing today is actually an itemized section and key projects that we're looking to complete. So by the end of this Revive project in ARPA, you'll see completed projects. We're not going to have 6, 7 projects at 60%, 80% until we get more money. What we decided to do was really focus on the key construction components that we can complete at the end of the next 2 years, for example, which is the allotted time for the Revive ARPA money. This includes, of course, the focus on Memorial Park, which we've been talking in this committee for 20-plus years. You'll see that completion by the end of this component. You will see, in addition, I know the dog park was mentioned, but the dog park in Centennial Park is only a portion of Centennial Park. We're going to include items of parking, some of the lighting improvements, and major landscaping aspects in that. That's the key. And for the first time in the northwest part of the city, northeast part of the city, you're going to see a splash pad also, right? Which is, you don't have any aquatics in that section. So this summary provides that direction, the precise action we're taking, and then for our November 17 meeting, you're going to get a complete analysis of all the Revive projects we approved in the last 2 years.
Thank you so much. I just like to see the action happen and projects finished, and it's exciting to see we're having parks being done in a rapid moment and not taking us hard. Thank you so much, and I move this item.
I'll second your motion with a brief comment.
I was going to say, I believe there's a couple comments. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank the City Manager's Office. Thank you, Alvaro Nunez, for your leadership on this. Santa Ana is a city with an abundance of beautiful park space that we're improving. Now, today, what is before us, I want to just break down a couple items in Ward 5. I'll begin with City Manager Nunez. Can you confirm that El Salvador Park will finally see their restrooms replaced?
Yes.
Wonderful. And that will be on our agenda for November 17th?
Yes. All the ARPA projects we approved in the last 2 years, including the ones we approved in this last 6 months.
That's exciting. For residents in Artesia Pilar, they can expect to see cool pavement treatment in El Salvador Park, brand new restrooms similar to the restrooms that we have at Campesino Park, Angels Park, which we recently replaced. In the Willard neighborhood, 10th and Flower Park is seeing a $2,766,970 investment. That's an investment in the Willard neighborhood where there was no park space before. And so I want to thank you, City Manager Nunez, because I'm looking at the Exhibit 1 on our agenda and $2,766,970 going into the Willard neighborhood. Angels Park, which is in the Flower Park neighborhood in Ward 5, is seeing a $100,000 investment as it pertains to the park, as it pertains to the infrastructure, with the playground equipment. There's a lot of amazing things happening there. And then Logan Park is seeing a $1 million park redesign, which was formerly a part of Ward 5. And Santa Anita Park, of course, is shared with Mayor Pro Tem Fan. Many of the residents that will be attending Santa Anita Park also live in Ward 5. That is a sizable investment to ensure that this park is going to serve them. A brand new soccer field, community center renovation that exceeds over $7 million. And then lastly, we have the Santa Ana Stadium. So for residents to have an understanding of what's going to be coming to us there is the Santa Ana Stadium will be seeing some investment for sports lighting, additional seating, and installation of additional lights, replacement of the bleachers as well, all of which is going to bring revenue to the city of Santa Ana. And so with that being said, I just want to, again, thank our city staff. These are great investments right in the heart of the city of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk.
Madam Clerk, does this item require a vote because it's a receive and file?
Yes, but as it was pulled from the consent calendar, a separate vote on it would be proceeded.
There is
a motion and a second.
Perfect, thank you.
Let's prepare to vote, please. I'm sorry, did you want to speak, Councilman Lopez?
Yes, I had a comment, and I think similar to Councilman Peñalosa, I was wondering, because the agenda says receive and file or provide direction.
Excuse me, it was a receiving file for information. We just want to make sure that we provided an update.
It is a receive and file.
Alternate direction. I was confused with that, those two sentences being put together. But I did have a question, just I think for transparency purposes, because I see that there's a deficit for some of the projects. Can you just let us know where that deficit is going to come from to complete the projects that you're talking about in the staff report?
So for us, the main component of some of the items here was to provide an update. We are using some Measure X cannabis funds and also departmental funds that we already have.
Okay, and then I guess just wondering, because I see the list of projects that are supposed to be prioritized, and you also mentioned some of the splash pads projects not being fully funded. You're talking about the aquatic center not, needing a little bit over 4 million to complete. And so it'd be great, I'm supportive of all the projects, but it'd be great if you can let the council know what the progress is financially with some of these priority projects.
That's the intention for the November 17 meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So the idea again is to write a quick summary, and then the idea is to actually indicate which are the projects we can complete and how we're funding those projects.
How quickly are you going to know if you can actually
The
fund
intention is November 17th to provide an update.
November 17th, got it, thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
A motion by Councilmember Vasquez, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, to receive and file item number 10, the prioritization of park projects.
Let's vote.
Vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. The next item is item 11 for a comment by Councilmember Vasquez.
Thank you. I'm just excited about this project, Memorial Park Aquatic Center project. We should have a culture of aquatic sports in Santa Ana, and I'm excited for this to be the centerpiece of it. I'm a water polo player and a swim captain at Valley High School as a teenager, and it really made me have a discipline and be the person that I am today. And I thank my coaches and all the people that brought me to this position. And hopefully we could do something like at Jerome Center, we have TKO, a nonprofit working there with volunteers. Hopefully we can work with a nonprofit group at Memorial Park to run an aquatic water polo program and create this culture throughout the city. Thank you very much.
Councilman Peñalosa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank city staff for all your work to make this happen, to finally be before us. It's 20 plus years in the making. I hope Ron Ono is watching and listening, because I remember having multiple parks meetings with him at Memorial Park about 5 years ago, and with the thought of probably not happening anytime soon. So the fact that we're here now awarding a construction contract to see this through is we should all be excited. I mean, this is intended to be a flagship aquatic center for the city. As Councilmember Vasquez mentioned, we've had very nice pools throughout the city, but this is going to be one. It's supposed to be a flagship full-on aquatic center, similar to the ones you see in Irvine and Costa Mesa, where all our families, I know I played water polo as well in high school, and we'd go to Irvine to practice or scrimmage with these other teams, because we didn't have the quality aquatic center that we would see in other cities. So we're getting one, it's coming soon. The Memorial Park neighborhood, it's gonna be a growing pains for a while with construction, and I just wanna put it out on the record that the mural will stay and is going to be saved. Mr. City Manager, do you want to confirm?
Yes, the mural will be saved.
Beautiful. That's all we can ask for. Looking forward to it. And we're finally going to have a brand new community center along with this too. So excited for this. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next item is item number 12 for a comment by Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I just want to thank my colleagues. Today, we approved item 12, which is a cul-de-sac right in the Willard neighborhood. So as I discussed, we're having a park space that is coming to the Willard community on 10th and Flower. Today, we approved the Public Work Agency's engineering services, which is responsible for the administration and oversight of all of our capital improvement projects in the city. The American Rescue Plan, also known as ARPA funding, has been allocated for the creation of open space to enhance pedestrian safety, accessibility, and mobility within the qualified census tract areas. The southwest corner of Flower and 10th Street, which is provided in our agenda as Exhibit 1, is currently an empty lot owned by the city. It is designated for the construction of a new park in this future. This park will prioritize serving the local neighborhood. It may include amenities such as a fitness area, basketball court, playground area, skate park. To ensure a safe and accessible intersection for the park, additional street safety enhancements are necessary to support the planned improvements, which include the closure of 10th Street at Flower Street and an installation of a safe pedestrian sidewalk on Flower Street to the future park. More specifically, the 10th Street and Flower Street Improvements Project will consist of the following: excavation, grading, removal, replacement of asphalt, concrete pavement, installation of concrete sidewalks, accessible curb ramps, concrete driveways, concrete street reconstruction, construction of a new cul-de-sac, a parkway culvert, installation of a new pedestrian hybrid beacon, PHB crosswalk, and new signage and striping. As this park space was being developed over the last couple of years, my office worked really closely with the Willard Neighborhood Association. And as we were working together, the residents from Willard advocated that if there was going to be a park space, they wanted this park space to be safe. Safety for them looked like having a cul-de-sac. I'm very happy that today at the Santa Ana City Council, we approved unanimously the creation of this cul-de-sac. This is going to be a park space that both residents of Washington Square and Willard will be able to now safely access because of this walkway. I'd like to thank our Public Works Department and my colleagues for voting yes on this. Thank you for investing in the Willard and Washington Square neighborhoods. Thank you.
Councilman Honolosa?
Thank you, Mayor. And I just had a question for city staff, and I know I brought this up in the agenda review, but I'm very excited for this too. Long time coming, and thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for your leadership on this. With the cul-de-sac, will there be a fence where we could close as like all our other city parks at 10 p.m. So that it's not just an open access park 24/7?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. The answer is yes. However, the park itself has not been designed yet, but we can incorporate a locking fence to protect the park itself from being accessed after hours.
Perfect, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
And again, that's clear, right? So there's this phase one where we're doing closing of the street. The park will be a future design, future meaning no funds at this point. So we're good.
Thank you, Councilman Pinellas, for asking that question, because those are always the concerns I have. It's great that we have parks, love them, our families love them, need them, but are they safe? Or do they turn into a homeless encampment? Are the bathrooms clean? Are they open? And so I hear all the time, because I have the entire city, I don't have just a ward, and I hear the same thing all the time. Parks are great, however, we're not going to use them if they're full of homeless people and people using drugs and whatnot. So I'm hoping that we will be placing those signs on every park, closes at 10 p.m., and then our security or our officers can go in there and say people cannot sleep here and need to leave the park because it is closed for the safety of our families. So thank you. Madam Clerk?
Next item is item 18 for a comment by Councilmember Vasquez.
I'm just very proud of this item where the city is partnering with the Illumination Foundation. It's going to authorize the city manager to execute a conditional grant agreement, a regulatory agreement with the Illumination Foundation for $2 million in homeless and housing assistance and prevention program. This housing will be for seniors and foster kids who are aging out, who are there in most need. So I appreciate the work you're doing. Thank you, staff, for this item coming forward, and that's all I have for that.
So just to comment on that, Mr. City Manager, I took a tour of that facility with city staff early on, thank you, Mr. Garcia, and Illumination Foundation, and it is a great program, and we actually had to go back to the table to talk about case managers living on site, because you can't have youth that are transitioning out of foster care, living with seniors alone all the time. It will become a security issue, and so I believe there were some changes made to the living arrangements, and the seniors were getting a larger living area as well. And so I too want to thank the staff, but there was a lot of work put into that by your staff and our city staff and Illumination Foundation, because you can't just say, well, transition age youth are going to live with seniors. Yay, let's have a party. No, there's so much that goes into that. So much research, so much case manager. Illumination brought in their experts, we brought in ours, and how we are going to make sure that they get along. When there's a mental health issue, who's going to address it? If there's a law enforcement issue, who's going to address it? If somebody needs food, who's going to address it? So thank you for all the work that you put into this project. And right in front of it is a Head Start program. So that is wonderful because, first of all, it's in the heart of Santa Anita, right? And so a lot of our families can use that. But also any of our transitioning age youth that have children, we don't want the seniors to become the babysitters. We want them to put them in Head Start, so that, I love my grandma, she raised me. However, we want to make sure that our kids go into that Head Start program. So I know that we're working very closely with the Head Start program. So thank you for that. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Penalty.
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you for that, because I toured the place myself and the thought never occurred to me, never even crossed my mind. And then I remember you bringing that up after you toured it, and I was like, oh my God, you're right. So just wanted to say thanks for that, because that is a very important point. So thank you, city staff, as well.
Madam City Clerk?
I have a brief.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just have a brief
It's not
comment.
working here, so I apologize. Just call me. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief with my comments. I just want to thank our city staff for getting this item on the agenda today. This is in Ward 5 in the Santa Anita neighborhood. And today we approved over $2 million in funding for a homeless housing assistance prevention program. This is going to bring 8 project-based vouchers for the development of the Richard Lynn Intergenerational Housing Project located at 918 Bewley Street in Santa Ana. These are going to be significant investments in Santa Anita. The parcels of land where the project is going to be developed is going to add families and youth to the Santa Anita community, where these parcels have long been deserted, they've been neglected, and what is most exciting is you have permanent supportive housing development, you have 2 residential buildings for homeless youth and seniors, and a preschool. This project includes the rehabilitation of 2 two-story residential buildings into 11 residential units composed of 2 one-bedroom units, 7 two-bedroom units, and 2 three-bedroom units. 1 one-bedroom unit and 7 two-bedroom units will be restricted to homeless youth at or below 30% of the area median income. The 2 three-bedroom units will be structured as shared housing for homeless senior citizens at or below 50% of the AMI. 1 one-bedroom unit will be unrestricted and reserved for an on-site manager. An existing preschool building will also be renovated and will continue to be a preschool operated by Head Start. This project will include 29 parking spaces for the residents who are concerned about parking in the Santa Anita neighborhood. There are some streets that do have residential parking, permit parking. There is 20 spaces for residents, 9 spaces intended for the preschool, and 1 accessible space and 1 loading parking stall. Today, we approved this project, and I'm excited to see this significant investment come to the Santa Anita neighborhood. Thank you to my colleagues here at the Santa Ana City Council for expanding housing. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Item 21 for a comment by Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I just wanted to share my gratitude with the City of Santa Ana, our residents, and my colleagues. Today, on the City Council agenda, we approved an investment in our Santa Ana Public Library. Our public library is being reimagined as a destination for hands-on, interactive learning. And it's important that this library focus on amenities that are going to encourage the entire family to come out to our library. What we're going to see with the main library transformation project is that our library services agency will install a variety of custom museum-style exhibits in the children's area. These exhibits will have a multi-generational appeal to children and caregivers of all ages. Families will have the ability to engage in an immersive, garden-themed environment that includes spinning gears, matching dials, sensory crawling areas, spinning blocks, light-up memory games, magnetic words, stream activity table, an imaginative playboat, dimensional wall murals, and a Rube Goldberg-inspired ball run interactive. This is a investment that is going to uplift the library and ensure that we have more services beyond literature, that there's play and learning that is combined in our space. I'm excited that in 2026, we will have a library for residents to enjoy right in the heart of Orange County. And you'll be able to be somebody who enjoys the library, whether you're a young child, whether you're someone who's in elementary school, or whether you're somebody who's a teen who's looking for a space. The library will have something for everybody. And so I just want to thank our library director, Brian Sternberg, the city manager's office, and my colleagues here at the Santa Ana City Council. This item did unanimously pass. Thank you for investing in putting education first.
Mr. City Manager, I just have a question. I do appreciate Councilman Hernandez reading out what staff have prepared for us, but it's available to the public, correct?
The staff report is yes.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The staff report is yes.
So the public has already read this or seen this, correct?
We provide it to the public, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm. Thank you so very much.
Madam Mayor, if I may ask the city attorney a question, can you remind me again why we allow folks to comment on items if they don't pull them? So usually you would pull an item because, let's say for instance, there's a contract and you have a concern that the way the contract is presented by staff may need to be amended by, say, the council, right? Not to read the first page of every single staff report that happens to be a project in your ward. So help me understand why we are doing this, why we're allowing this, because to me, I feel like, let's say when Councilmember Hernandez reads the first page of a staff report, what if I was to say, damn, he's got a good point. I actually would like to amend something, but if we've already approved it, now I can't do that unless I go through an arduous process to do it. So why are we allowing this?
I can work with the chair. I have mentioned this before. I have mentioned the difference between pulling an item and pulling an item for comment. If an item is pulled for comment, I have mentioned before that it was not really proper to then have a full-blown discussion on it, but I do defer to the council. I'm glad you're raising that issue, because we need to implement a process that either says, if you want to pull an item, pull an item. If you're only pulling an item for comment, my opinion is we should let that person just make their comment and then approve the entire consent calendar. We should finish that process and then discuss any pulled items. I'd be happy to work with the clerk and the mayor to reiterate that, but I have raised it a few times.
You have, you have, Madam City Attorney, but I think for what I understand is there's a difference between a comment and reading the whole staff report. I think Councilman Becerra, is that what you're talking about?
My concern is this: if we're going to comment on an item, just pull the item. Don't make a comment. Look, if you want to make comments that you're happy we approved X, Y, Z, do it in your closing comments when it doesn't impact the actual item. But if we're going to talk about the item while it's live, let's pull the item so that it's clean, so that if there is a reason to amend, again, Councilmember Hernandez, as he's reading that front page, may make us think that there's something that might need to be amended. But we can't do that if we're having a discussion, but we've already taken an action.
I'd be happy to talk with the chair and the city clerk.
I'm sorry, please don't interrupt me.
I'm sorry.
Please don't interrupt me. So what I was saying is that I would prefer, Madam Mayor, as a presiding officer, perhaps we could, instead of allowing folks to comment, if we're going to comment, we have to pull the item. That would be my request.
That's fine, we can do that, and I will work with the Madam City Attorney, and we'll put something together moving forward. But you're right, I agree with you. I don't want to sit here while somebody's reading the entire staff report, because we have very intelligent people in our community, and they're paying attention. And so they know what we're doing up here, and we do like to share, but I don't want to read the whole staff report. So Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Manager, we'll talk about it, Madam Clerk, how we move forward on this item. So anybody else need to comment on this item?
Just a brief closing comment, Madam Mayor.
Are you going to read the staff report?
I'm going to be very brief.
Okay, thank you.
There is no guideline as to how we are supposed to comment. I'm delivering for my constituents in Willard and across Ward 5, and I'm doing my due diligence to inform our constituents of the city of Santa Ana verbally as to what we approved here today. My comment is rooted in thanking our city staff, elaborating as to what we approved, And I'm sharing my gratitude with each one of you because this is a collective decision we've all made. This comment that I shared about educating the constituents in the Santa Anita neighborhood, or the, in this case, the public library, this is not a debate. This is a simple comment saying, today we got this done. I made a comment on this item. I thanked our city manager. I think it's quite procedural.
So we'll talk, it's not a debate, Councilman Hernandez. Again, we moved on it, you wanted to make a comment, not read the entire staff report. I will meet with the city attorney and with the clerk, city manager, we'll talk about it, we'll move forward, and perhaps we put something in place so that we're not having these types of issues. When you pull an item to make a comment, it's very different than pulling an item for discussion. And Councilman Becerra is right. If somebody's reading something and one of us say, oh, wait a minute, I don't like that. Wait a minute, I want to ask about that now. It turns into a discussion that we cannot have. So with that, let's move on, Madam Clerk.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the consent calendar items.
Hallelujah.
I believe 25 was pulled for a comment, or is that the one we just?
No,
we
that
already
was
approved
just a
25.
recusal by Mayor Pro Tem Fan.
Oh, perfect, thank you. I apologize for missing that. Mr. City Manager, comments at this time?
No, I do not.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go to council member comments. Councilmember Vasquez.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the work we did on the railroad tracks and increasing the quality of life teams and making sure that our neighboring neighborhoods were also secure with an extra quality of life team. It was good work upon the city to do this in a humane way, giving services, mental services, and shelter services if needed. I do appreciate you increasing the quality of life team for that action. My week's been kind of long. I did go to a fundraiser for TKO. I mentioned before, they're a great program at Jerome Park, and I was happy to visit there. The mayor was there as well supporting. It was a great event. Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for having the Guzman family celebrated with their ceremonial street topper. It was great. I'm a history nerd, a history teacher, and I loved every bit of it, and I'll be happy to teach those histories in my class coming soon. On Saturday, I want to thank CARE LA for inviting me to their gala. That's a civil rights organization, and it was an amazing night. I also went to Radiant Futures fundraiser and gala. It was a gala ran by Omega Phi Beta sorority at Chapman University, and that is to support domestic violence workers. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it to the Taste of Santa Ana. I do want to dedicate this meeting to Chef Terry Kim, a culinary teacher at Valley High School who was supposed to be there. And we didn't make it at Valley High School. He passed away. My heart and love is with him, his family, and his students at Valley High School. Terry was a beloved teacher and known as a lightning bolt. Rest in power, Chef Kim. You will be missed. Thank you. Good night.
Councilmember Vasquez, if you ever want to close, somebody just let the clerk know and we can close in his honor. And then his family gets a certificate, okay? No problem.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Hernandez?
I'm not ready at the moment, Madam Mayor. Apologies.
Councilman Becerra?
I'm not ready at the moment either.
Councilman Panalosa?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to thank staff for, it's almost the end of the year, for all the work that you've been doing this year. And Alvaro, you're killing it, so thank you for that, Mr. City Manager. Just wanted to announce for the record, I know my wife announced at her meeting, but that we are expecting a second baby. And in March of 2025, I will become a father of two, God willing, to a baby boy. So excited for that. Mayor Pro Tem was team boy, and she was there for the reveal. So excited. I wanted that just, to be on the record. But
Are you naming him David? I just want to know.
No. Torn on names, but we'll see. And with that is it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and congratulations. A boy and a girl, how wonderful. Councilmember Lopez?
Congratulations to you and to Kim. And we just want to announce and invite the public to come to our next park cleanup with OC Habitats happening at Santiago Park on October the 23rd at 2 p.m. And we also just want to wish everybody a happy Halloween. Please make sure that when you're driving out in the neighborhoods, that you're aware that a lot of families are going to be walking during this day. A lot of children are out. Please be aware. And, if you can't be responsible, just stay home. And also, if you're going to be celebrating, don't drink and drive. And we hope that you all have a good time and celebrate safely. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to go to you because there are other council members apparently not prepared
I'm
yet.
ready.
Go ahead.
I have my Team Boy pin on. I just had to.
That is adorable.
Of course. So thank you everyone for coming out today. We've had so many events. Our teams have been so incredibly busy. Director Scott, Parks and Rec, Public Works, all the events that y'all put on have just been incredible. And Mid-Autumn Festival was just a fantastic time. My mom loved it. My cousin from Vietnam immigrated here and he loved it. So it was just really fantastic. And actually seeing some Director Min Tai out there in his traditional ao dai was just really wonderful. I also went to the Orange County Fire Authority Station open house. And I have to say, y'all, that is a historic structure, a beautiful place. If you missed it this year, I hope you go next year. It was really wonderful to see the history of our fire department in one place. And actually, we got to see them respond to a call while we were there. The last thing I'll leave you all with, since we don't have a meeting right November 5th, so we will not have a meeting until, I guess, the third week of November. Yes, so I hope that whatever you do, if you're eligible to vote, that you are registered to vote, that you go out to vote, and you encourage your families, friends, and community members to go out to vote. We're up here working with you, for you, and those of you watching and participating, we need you. We need you to be part of this process. It is what makes America a wonderful place to be. And the privilege that we have as Americans, as people who live here, to have a voice when there are so many others who come from places who don't. And so with that, voting centers open, I believe, Saturday the 26th. So you can start going there, you can mail in your ballots, and whatever you do, stay safe, stay involved, and we will see you in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Becerra, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I had a little technical glitch on my device, but just wanted to remind everybody, since we aren't meeting till later in November, I'll be hosting my monthly community office hours on Saturday, November 2nd at 10 a.m. over at Sandpoint Park. This morning was wonderful. We got to celebrate the opening of the Rove Electrical Vehicle Charging Center, along with Gelson's coming to Santa Ana. So that was exciting, and it's their first, and I believe they're gonna go ahead and...
First of 10.
First of 10. What is that? Oh, okay. I was a little nervous what was in there, but okay. Let's go with orange juice. But yeah, I wanted to say that was good, and it's very good for our city to have that. I also want to thank Supervisor Sarmiento for committing $100,000 to the fencing that goes between the Flower Bike Trail and the county's flood control channel. So as I've said, and the mayor's said, and we've talked about this, where we had 2 kids that were assaulted over at Flower and Alton, and they were assaulted by criminals that were residing in the county's flood control channel. So the city has taken it upon itself to construct a fence, and I want to thank our city manager, Alvaro Nunez, for reaching out to the supervisor and for him committing that $100,000. I'm looking forward to it. Now, I know the project is a much more significant cost than $100,000, but every penny's appreciated. So thank you to Supervisor Sarmiento for that. But let's be clear though, the county flood control channels need to be monitored. They need to be consistently cleaned, not every 2 weeks, not every 4 weeks, consistently. Because as the neighbors around there will tell you, folks like to go in there and they like to set up shop in there. And when I say set up shop, I don't mean because the rent's too damn high and they just want a place to sleep. They're conducting criminal activity down there. They're selling narcotics, they're getting loaded, and then of course they're coming up and assaulting our children. It's not safe for our children when those flood control channels are occupied by criminals. So thank you, City Manager, for your work to get that fence going, and thank you, Supervisor Sarmiento, for contributing the $100,000 to that. My frustration that I expressed earlier in regards to how we conduct ourselves for consent calendar is simply the fact that we are the capital of Orange County. We are the top of this county. People expect us to be that. And so when it comes to conducting ourselves, we also have an obligation to our staff. You guys do an amazing job. You guys put together these reports. You give us updates. You brief us. So when we get here, I believe the people expect us to get business done effectively and efficiently. And also for our city attorney, we also want to, not give her so much work to do. In other words, let's not put ourselves in liable situations where all of a sudden she's got more work than she should have. So again, with that, that's my concern for us. So I hope that as we go forward, we're able to conduct ourselves in a way that's befitting of our city and its status. The election is coming up, and we will not be meeting before then. I will say this, I'm very proud to serve on a council where the majority of us voted to support a resolution in support of Proposition 36. There's been a lot of talk about what Prop 36 does and doesn't do. And rather than go on and on, because in these chambers we had a forum, thank you, Mayor Mesqua, for hosting that. And so the community got to hear from Commander Andrade and other commanders in PD about what that proposition actually entails. But one thing I want to really point out is when I hear people say that we're going to roll back to a war on drugs like we had in the past, what that tells me is that those people who say that either are lying to you or they choose not to read the actual proposition. The proposition does not revert back to a war on drugs, because unless PD or any other expert wants to tell me that that we are actually going to go back to a time where jail was the only option. That's not what this proposition does. It literally has in there treatment mandated felonies. And if you complete treatment as a part of that, the felony goes off of your record. So it addresses a lot of the issues that I think as we've evolved as a society, we see as necessary to treating the root causes of what we're seeing on our streets today. The folks that are homeless, we as a city have been very compassionate, and we have dedicated resources to the tune of almost $30 million to help folks that are homeless. But when people say, why do you have so much resources dedicated to your police department? Because we also have criminals on our streets. And if you're not sure of that, when you go home tonight and drive down Bristol, look at the folks that are passed out or camping out. Those are criminals. Those aren't homeless. Those are folks that have drugs, that have narcotic activity. So I'm looking forward to the passage of Prop 36. My last comment when it comes to the elections, I love the fact that when we read about who's supporting who in the elections, it's very quick to say, because in Santa Ana, the POA, the Police Officers Association, that they contribute a lot and that they play a lot in these elections. But notice when you say that the POA plays in the elections, you have identified funding. You've identified who is contributing. But when you look at some of the folks that are running for re-election on this dais, a lot of them are supported by organizations to which when you look up their funding, you cannot identify who's funding them. That is the very definition of dark money. So when you hear people say dark money and then they identify an organization, they truly don't understand what dark money is. Dark money is money where people who want to inflict their social experiments on our city are too chicken to put their name to the funding. And yet the folks that they're giving the resources to will go around and beat up on organizations who put their names out there, who follow the rules, who file all the necessary reports so that you can then go on and bash them and then later call them when you need help. So with that, I would encourage each and every one of you to go out and vote, make your voices heard. There's too many things on this election that are of importance, not just at the presidential level, not at just the state level, but definitely here in our city. So with that, please go vote and have a good night.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank members of the public today for attending our Santa Ana City Council meeting. I would like to thank our city staff for putting a comprehensive agenda together. We have $65 million in ARPA monies that we programmed and that's a successful investment in Santa Ana. So I want to thank our city manager, Alvaro Nunez, and his city staff for making sure that we got that done. Otherwise, we would have lost a lot of ARPA money. I'd like to thank the Guzman family for their contributions to desegregating our schools. The Guzman family were one of 5 plaintiffs in the Mendez versus Westminster case. They were residents of Artesia Pilar. Their story has long been untold due to the fact that the case is known as Mendez versus Westminster. But these are families that are also from our city. Families like the Guzman family who attended Fremont Elementary. They fought to desegregate our schools. I am an alumni of Fremont Elementary, and I had a seat in the classroom because of their family, and I'm incredibly thankful. And now we have a street topper, a ceremonial street topper honoring that legacy on Santa Ana Boulevard and Forest. And it's a monumental day for education in our city. I also am thankful at the Santa Ana City staff for working together with our county supervisor on addressing the concerns that are happening alongside the flood channels. I know that our city manager is working hand in hand right now with our supervisor Sarmiento for the flood control in the Casa Bonita neighborhood alongside Myrtle, and that's something that we want to see more of. I also want to thank our city attorney for providing an oral report on the investigations. I am a council member, and I'm supportive of us releasing these reports. I'm supportive of releasing the reports because I believe that our residents should be able to read as to what these investigations were rooted in. As a council member, I was one of the council members who was investigated for my advocacy in the Chicano Heritage Festival and in Juneteenth and in Indigenous Peoples Day. I want to thank the investigators for doing their due diligence. And I also want to express my deep disappointment in the District Attorney Todd Spitzer. I filed a Brown Act complaint on Mayor Valerie Amezcua on April 19th of 2023. I, to this day, have not received contact from our district attorney. He never contacted me once to speak to me about my own experiences. I came forward because when Mayor Valerie Amezcua was sworn into office, we sat down December 15th of 2022. We met in Orange at Avila's restaurant. The first meeting that we had, she detailed an elaborate strategy to fire our then city manager, Christine Ridge, and to fire our police chief, David Valentin. She elaborated on the knowledge of the Evergreen. On April 18th of 2023, we had a closed session agenda for an employee evaluation. This employee evaluation was premature, and ultimately I came forward on April 19th that there was an alleged Brown Act violation. What concerns me about my experience coming forward was that I didn't receive any contact from our district attorney, Todd Spitzer. And after I came forward, our mayor, Valerie Amezcua, opened an ad hoc to investigate the Chicano Heritage Festival. I believe that this was done in retaliation. She then voted no on our Chicano Heritage Festival, receiving sponsorship from Congressman Lou Correa and Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento. This active attack to defund the Juneteenth event, Indigenous Peoples Day, Chicano Heritage Festival, is an attack on people of color. This investigation was rooted in criminalizing the indigenous, the Chicano community, and the black community. The black community once had a Black History Parade that existed for over 30 years in the city before it was pushed out. My concerns are that we have a city where we should be working together. And as a council member, I hope that we can move forward and we can work hand in hand in making sure that every single one of our residents has a seat at the table, because their stories are important and they should be celebrated. As your council member, I look forward to continuing to advocate for our city's culture and to ensure that every single resident has a seat at the table. I thank the members of the public for attending our meeting, and I ask you to vote this election. Use your voice, get informed, read your ballot, ask questions, do your research online, but more importantly, use your voice and make sure that you're participating and using your voice for change this election. Have a blessed day, and we hope to see you guys very soon. We'll be coming back in November. See you then.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. My turn. So today I was at Rove. It was wonderful. There was Councilman Becerra, Penalosa, Mayor Pro Tem, and myself, City Manager, Deputy City Manager, lots of city staff, and the community. And it is the very first Rove site in the nation. Councilman Penalosa keeps reminding me, in the nation. And so it is the very first. And so it's wonderful for us because it put us on the map. And Rove will be opening 10 more throughout the region, but we are the very first. So if you were there, it was wonderful. Last night I had my Neighborhood Association President's meeting as well as open to the public for the Prop 36 Educational Forum. Thank you, Santa Ana PD, Commander Andrade, Chief Deputy Esparza, and everybody that was here with us to really educate our community on what it is and what it is not. And Councilman Becerra covered it, so I will not go into detail. But I just want to be really clear that your record will be expunged once you complete a program. So that is really important because you'll hear about mass incarceration and we're going back. We're not going back. If you complete the program, your record gets expunged. And that is very important that you pay mind to that. Many of us have family members and loved ones of people we know that have a drug addiction problem or been in the criminal justice system. And I think it's great that they're giving them an opportunity to go into a program and then that arrest will be expunged. So thank you to everyone who joined us last night. Over the weekend, I attended the Taste of Santa Ana. It was absolutely wonderful. So those of you who missed it, you missed out on a great event. Food was good. Entertainment was great. Everybody was there. We had a great time. On Saturday, I hosted with Girls Inc. in partnership with them in Santa Ana College, my second annual Influence Her Summit. 160 young ladies attended, some with their moms, and lots of volunteers. Our own Deputy City Manager, Sylvia Vasquez, was on the panel, so thank you, Sylvia, for participating in the panel. The girls had a great time and asking, are we doing it again next year? So we're looking forward to doing this again. I want to take a moment to congratulate the Santa Ana High School Marching Band Saints. They have been selected to perform at the 2025 Tournament of Roses Parade. However, they're seeking financial assistance. I'm helping them. I hope every council member up here will give some of their funding, and I hope people in the community will reach out to them. You can donate by contacting the director of band, Mark Santos. If you're interested, please reach out and I'll give you his phone number. But they're going to be in the Rose Parade, and according to staff I spoke to today, they do not have the funding to go, which is a shame because Santa Ana Unified should really be paying for them to go, because what an amazing thing to have Santa Ana High School Band in the Rose Parade. If I was still on the board, I'd be like, we're allocating funding for you. How do we get you there and how much is it going to cost? And I can guarantee you I would have got the 3 votes. So it's really sad that they have to go out and raise money. So I gave them some of my money from my mayor's account. I hope everybody up here does as well, and really supports them on going to the Rose Parade so they can have a really good experience. This Saturday, October 19th at Fire Station 75, across the street from Original Mike's, everybody knows where that's at, I'm having my coffee with the mayor, so I'm super excited. And my final coffee with the mayor will be at, I know I'm going to say this wrong or somebody's going to think I'm talking about waffles, October 26th at the Waffle House, Wilela Howe Waffle House and Medical Museum. Did I say it right, Councilman Becerra? Okay. And that is on October 26th from 10 to 12. That will be the last one for the year. So I also want to thank the Board of Supervisors. They also brought a resolution forward to approve Prop 36. And Supervisor Wagner, Supervisor Chafee, and Supervisor Foley were a yes vote for supporting Proposition 36, and Supervisor Sarmiento was a no vote. And so it did pass 3-1. I'm sorry. But, so I just want to make you guys aware of that the Board of Supervisors also believe in the work that is happening around Prop 36. It's very important for all of us. Finally, Mr. City Manager, thank you so much for the report around Union Pacific. I do want a copy because I think what you shared was really important, and I don't want people to miss that. Because Councilman Becerra talks about criminals out on our streets, our stores being robbed, our families being robbed, people being assaulted. You had a list on there of people that have been contacted by our cult team, our CityNet, our officers, and some of them had murder charges, assault with a deadly weapon charges, firearm charges, robbery charges. These are people that are in our community. And yes, they probably have served their time. There were some that were arrested because they had warrants. However, I say that because I don't want you to think that they're being picked on. We have a shelter, we have programs available, they can go. If they don't want the assistance, then they need to go somewhere else, and they need to not be in our city causing a problem. The city manager made it very clear, we've spent almost $30 million. And you know, people up here will say, we need a holistic approach, we need to open another shelter. No, we don't. We're not opening another shelter. What we need to do is take control and take back our city and not allow them to be dropped off here from other cities, especially with grants passed. 6 months from now, we don't need to be looking back saying, well, what happened? Because the council majority yanks the power away from the police department to say, don't do car stops anymore and don't hold people accountable. No. This community deserves to be just like the cities around us, whether it's Irvine, Orange, other cities. You want to be safe and you want to be able to walk in your neighborhood. I want to be safe. I want a good quality of life. So just remember that, please, when our staff are out making contact, that it's not just your normal, yes, there are people out there with mental health issues, but it's not just the guy with, you know, I don't want to get a job, or the man or woman, I don't want a job. It's somebody who has a rap sheet that's probably taller than me, and there's murder charges on there. That's very scary. And they may be breaking into your home to hurt you. So remember that. It's very, very important. And let me close with this. I'm going to make my final comment. And I appreciate Councilman Hernandez's comments tonight, but he forgot to talk about the 3 allegations that were sustained on Councilman Hernandez. 1 was not, but 3 were. And I want to apologize to city staff, because our city staff should never be treated poorly. They should never be directed what to do by this council. They should never be yelled at. They should never be treated in the manner that they were treated. And that is why the investigator found 3 out of the 4 allegations against Councilman Hernandez sustained. This is not about race. This is not being brown, black, or white, because some council members up here, everything's about being marginalized and oppressed and white, brown, black. Don't draw a line in the sand. We are all one community. All one. White, black, API, it doesn't matter. We are all one. And so I don't clench my pearls when I go downtown. I have neighbors that are Caucasian, that are African American, that are API. I don't look at them like that. I just look at them as they're my neighbors. And so the 3 allegations that were sustained against Councilman Hernandez, it was because of the things that he did and how he treated staff so terribly that the investigator, a private investigator that was hired outside the city, found those allegations and he sustained them. And I wish that the city attorney would have read out exactly what they were, and I respect the fact that she did not. And then for almost a year now, everybody screams from the mountaintop that how awful I am because I caused the city $600,000. The council up here sits up here and says that. So I want to remind all of you up here that everybody voted for that $600,000 except for 1 council member. So no, I'm not responsible, the sole person, because everybody voted up here for that $600,000 with the exception of 1 council member. And so the allegations that were made against me were not sustained. Let me be clear on that. And I hope that all of the media can retract and will retract and apologize. Did you want to say something, Madam City Attorney?
I just wanted to mention, we'd be careful because it's not agendized. I did report out, but I do have the allegations that were within scope for both investigations. That would be at the will of the council if you prefer.
I have
to
no
give
problem
more
with you
detail.
reading them. Council, do you have a problem? No? Feel free, Madam City Attorney.
Okay, would you like me to do that when you're done with your comments? I'm so sorry.
Yes, I'll be done real quick.
Okay, thank you.
And then you can read them. I really appreciate that. Okay, so let me finish here so you can hear the allegations. I do want to just end with, the truth always comes out, and you know, I'm the first woman, first Latina, and I've been set up here and beat up for almost 2 years. But when you do it to the other side, they cry. Oh, they're mean, I'm a woman. Oh, they're mean because I'm young. Oh, they're mean because of this. Councilman Becerra said it very well, dark money. You know, where are they getting money? And I'm a POA puppet. So if you look at Tide's advocacy, who wants to defund the police and end the police, they're supporting council members up here that are running for office. It's called Tide's advocacy. Look it up. Not you, Tide. Tides, Tides. So look it up.
Not Ty.
And those that work for them, like, for example, Chispa, they have a 401k, they got retirement, they got good pay. I see somebody driving a BMW. I don't even drive a BMW. So please dig into that, because look, follow the money. Because the other side's so good at like throwing dirt at me. Look at this, look at that. But if you follow the money of the other side, one, it's dark, and two, it's UFCW. Why? Because of cannabis, right? They're gonna get something from us regarding cannabis, allegedly. You look at Tides Advocacy, they want to defund the police. No, I don't know anybody in this city that I have a contact with that wants to defund the police. None of us want that I talk to. And again, I represent the entire city. Are the police perfect? No, none of us are. And as I always say, I'll be the first one to hold them accountable if they do something wrong. But I just want to be clear that as your mayor for the last 1 year and 10 months, I have worked very hard, and I will continue to do so as long as I'm allowed to. But please, when you sit up here and you listen to this, I want you to think about what you're hearing. Oh yes, yay, we need to clench our pearls when, white people clench their pearls when they see brown people. No, we don't. No, they don't. We're all marginalized, we're all oppressed. No, we're not. We work really hard for what we have. It's a brown-black thing. No, it's not. It's your thing. You make it that way, not those of us that sit up here. And Councilman Becerra talked about, we're the county seat and people watch us, and they always ask me, Mayor, how do you handle all that? I said, you know what? I let go, let God. Because at the end of the day, I sleep very well at night, knowing that every decision I make up here is for the community. And so they ranted and raved at how I did some awful things. Not one of my allegations were sustained. Let me say that again, not one. But Councilman Hernandez had 3 out of the 4. And when he talks about an ad hoc committee, I was actually given direction by our city attorney to create an ad hoc committee. That is my job as the chair. And that ad hoc committee consisted of Councilman Vasquez and Councilman Becerra. And the 3 of us, Councilman Vasquez and Councilman Becerra, made the decision to turn the investigation over to an investigator. So we would not be looked at like, oh, we're being unfair. And the comments still come out that there's, people being treated poorly. So with that, I just want you to all know that, they say that the truth always comes out and screams from the mountaintop. And I know what I did, and I know I didn't do anything wrong. And as long as I'm allowed to sit here, I will. I don't need to hide behind being a brown woman or a Latina woman. I don't hide behind that. I'm a woman and I serve this community. But the color of my skin doesn't matter because I serve everybody. I serve everybody. And no, I don't want another shelter here like other people want another shelter. We've done enough for the homeless. And so with that, I just want to thank Mr. City Manager and the city staff. Thank you, City Attorney, for having the investigations go out to an investigator. It had nothing to do with the city. And I appreciate it. And it took a little while, and people were saying, oh, Councilmember Vasquez asked for it. I believe every council member and myself up here were asking for that investigation to be released. We all were. I want to believe that. Am I right, Mr. City Manager?
Yes.
Thank you. And why were we all asking it and we don't even know because we can't talk to each other? Is because we all wanted to hear the truth. We wanted to hear the truth. And so, again, I will say that thank you for allowing me to serve you. Please go out and vote. November 19th is the next meeting. I hope to see you at my coffee with the mayor at the fire station at 75, because it's always so much fun at the fire station. And I will just say, again, for the record, because I hope Voice of OC and everybody else retracts and apologizes, and I'm sure they won't. They'll come up with something new, the color of my hair or something to write about. But the allegations against me were not sustained, not one of them. And to the city staff that were affected by Councilmember Hernandez's behavior, again, I want to apologize because nobody should be treated poorly like that. Madam City Attorney, the floor is yours.
I'm just going to simply read from the conclusions that we received. So with respect to the Amesqua investigation, there were 4 specific allegations within the scope of the investigation. The first one was whether Mayor Amesqua engaged in conduct toward former city manager Ridge that could be deemed to violate Section 404 of the city's charter. That was not sustained. Whether Mayor Amesqua engaged in conduct towards the former city manager Ridge that could be deemed to violate Section 408, which is council interference in administrative matters of the city's charter or any other applicable regulations governing her conduct with city employees, that was not sustained. Whether Mayor Amesqua engaged in conduct towards former manager Ridge in violation of the city's code of ethics and conduct, that was not sustained. And whether Mayor Amesqua engaged in conduct that could be deemed retaliation, harassment, or discrimination against former city manager Ridge, that was not sustained. With respect to the Hernandez investigation, there were 4 allegations within the scope of that investigation. Whether City Council member Jonathan Hernandez solicited donations for the city's Juneteenth celebration, Chicano Heritage Festival, or Indigenous Peoples Day that were not received by the city of Santa Ana, that allegation was not sustained. There were 3 others, whether City Council member Hernandez directed or interfered with city staff in relation to the planning of these events, being Juneteenth, Chicano Heritage, or Indigenous People, that was sustained. Whether Councilmember Hernandez engaged in conduct towards city staff relating to these events that could be deemed to violate the city's charter, that was sustained. And whether Councilmember Hernandez engaged in conduct towards city staff relating to these events that could be deemed to violate the city's code of ethics and conduct, that was also sustained. And that was the conclusion of those investigations.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I would like, Mr. City Manager and Madam City Attorney, for the council to receive an email on what steps next, because these were sustained. And so what options do we have for
And then, Mayor, I wanted to read the final one. The Brown Act violation alleged by Hernandez that was reported to the District Attorney's Office at the direction of council. The Orange County District Attorney's Office issued a letter stating that it reviewed the allegations and did not find sufficient evidence to sustain them. And the OCDA has closed its file on this matter.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. And we look forward to receiving an email from you and the City Manager as to what are the next steps, because the city does have a charter, whether we can censor or move forward with that, whatever we see, whatever we need to do. So I look forward to that email, Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, Madam City Attorney, if I can, just a quick question. For the 3 allegations that were sustained against Councilmember Hernandez, what would be the process to move forward with filing an ethics complaint?
I would, since that's not agendized tonight, I will put together a memorandum. I will address it to the members of the ad hoc committee that were dealing with that issue under your code of ethics, because we have a process. So if the ad hoc committee so directs me, I will prepare that memo, provide them with that, and then they can come back to the full council and report.
Okay.
Or if any of you have individual questions, feel free to contact me. But because it's not agendized, I don't want to get into great details and violate the Brown Act.
Mayor, I would support what the city attorney just recommended. Councilmember Vasquez, would you support that as well?
That the ad hoc committee give me direction to provide you with further guidance on additional steps that you may take.
Yes, I want information on both.
Can you speak up? I'm sorry.
I would like to have information on both investigations and who participated and who didn't. Would be great for me to.
Okay, and as I previously mentioned, we did make the investigative materials available to the City Council. I did communicate that to you. To my knowledge, I think 2 of you have come forward to review.
Madam City Attorney, maybe I misunderstood. I was hoping that you would provide, I believe you said that you would provide the members of the ad hoc with a memo outlining the next possible steps. Not so much about the investigation, because as you said, that was made available to the entire council to review, but as far as any potential next steps regarding the outcomes of the investigation, you will give us a memo to outline those possible steps.
I will advise the ad hoc committee members of that, of their options.
Okay, thank you.
And the report is available on the 7th floor. You make an appointment with our city attorney's office just for the council's information, and you can read it, because I did make an appointment and I did go down there and I read it from front to back. And so the ad hoc committee will come forward, Madam City Attorney, with some sort of recommendation. At this time, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Recording stopped.